arrested. The defense has no obligation to put up any evidence. State has the burden of proving their case beyond a reasonable doubt. What say the defense?
We have witnesses to present, Judge.
Call them when you're ready.
Ms. Suzanne Mericle.
Come on up.
No, sir, I'll get out of your way. Yes, sir.
You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you so much.
Introduce yourself to the jury.
Okay, hi. I said my name is Suzanne Mericle.
Before we get started, I wanted to ask you, can you hear me now, Judge?
Yes.
Before we get started, I wanted to ask you about whether you're taking any prescriptions right now.
Yes, I am.
Okay, and do you know what all those are as you sit there, or do you need to look at a list to kind of remember
I need to
those?
look at a list.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
Okay. Show you those, okay? Can you take a look at those and tell us what you're taking now?
Yes.
Can you tell us what medications you're on right now?
Yes, I'm on vitamin with minerals, prednisone 2 milligrams, trazodone 100 milligrams, Seroquel 100 milligrams, hydroxyzine 50 milligrams, estradiol, ibuprofen, citalopram, HBr 40 milligrams, and risperidone 2 milligrams.
Okay.
Mr. Van Rossum, lawyers, come on up.
Suzanne, do you have the ability to turn down the volume on your?
Turn it down.
Yeah.
You're at 50%.
Try that.
Will you see,
Okay, I'm talking now. Go ahead.
Okay.
can you still hear him?
Yes.
Is that
good?
okay? We getting feedback over here? Judge, is that good?
We shall see.
Okay.
Okay, sorry.
I wanted to show you some pictures, Defendant's Exhibit 21 through 41. 21 through 41. First witness. I'm going to show you Defendants 21 through 41, okay? If you can take a look at those and see if you recognize those.
Yes,
You recognize all those?
I do.
What are those pictures of?
They're pictures of me the day after the incident happened,
On March the 8th?
on March the 8th.
Do they fairly and accurately represent how you appeared on March the 8th?
Yes, they do.
Move to admit defendants 21 through 41.
No objection.
Admitted.
Yeah, the overhead, Judge. I'm going to show you defendants exhibit 21. Which, can you tell us which arm that is of yours, your left or your right?
It looks like my right arm.
Okay. I'm going to show you defendants exhibit 22. Is this another picture of that right arm?
Yes, it is.
Defendants 23. What is this a picture of?
Can you talk in the microphone?
What is this one a picture of? Is this your same right arm?
This is my same right arm, yes. The underside of it.
Okay, I'm going to show you defendants 24, okay? What is that?
That's my left arm.
What does this show in defendants 28?
That's up my knee.
And which knee is that?
It looks like my left knee.
And defendants 29.
And that's my left thigh.
Defendants 31 here.
And that looks like my left thigh again.
And defendants 33 here.
It looks like my thigh.
Is this your left or your right?
It looks like my right.
And defendants 37. What does that appear to be of?
It looks like a picture of my left arm over my right arm.
And defendants 39.
And it looks like my right arm.
Defendants 40.
And that looks like my left thigh.
The judge did. How is it that you sustained the injuries that we've looked at from exhibits 21 through 41?
It's where he grabbed me and hit me the night of the incident.
Okay. I kind of wanted to go right into March 6th and March 7th, okay?
Okay.
Tell us what happened on the evening of March 7th around about the time that you all were in the living room and there was dinner being served and all that.
Okay, begin in the evening, I decided to cook dinner for us. And so I made scrambled eggs for him and a fried egg for me. And I made I cooked some kielbasa and some bacon. I fried the bacon.
Okay.
And then we
You
had
said
dinner.
Kielbasa?
Kielbasa.
Like
Like
kielbasa, sausage?
Yeah, sausage.
Okay.
I cut that up too for us. And then we had dinner, and then I cleaned up the kitchen. And then he fell asleep.
Where in the house, the jury has seen lots of photos of the house, where in the house was this, where he falls asleep?
In the living room area where the two chairs are, in the foyer area right in front of the television.
Was there something that you did while he's asleep there in the foyer?
Something that I did.
Yeah, he's asleep. What are you doing?
I'm over there on my phone.
At some point, does Mr. Barron wake up?
Yes, he does.
Okay. And what happens after it is that he gets up?
After he gets up, I went to the bathroom, and I came back, and he was awake, and he had my phone in his hand.
Okay.
And
So are we talking of the first witness?
You have free reign.
Thank you, I'm sorry. Showing you State's Exhibit 182. Is this your phone?
yes, that's my phone.
Okay. Does Mr. Barron, well, first of all, do you have a code on your phone?
Is he what?
Do you have a code on your phone?
Yes, I do.
Is that something that Mr. Barron knows?
Yes, he knows my code.
What is the code? You don't tell me the number, but what does it represent?
It's my mother's birthday.
You've got your mother's birthday as your code, and you've gone into the bathroom now, so you've come back, and Mr. Barron's holding your phone, so tell us what happens next.
Yes, he's holding my phone, and he said to me, he said, "Who is this guy you're texting?" And I said, "He's a friend of mine." He said, "It sounds more than a friend." And I said, "He's a friend of mine." And he said, "How do you know him?" And I told him that I met him on St. Simon's Island. He said, "How long have you known him?" And I told him about 2 years. He said, "Have you ever slept with him?" And I said, "No, I have not."
Okay.
And he,
And hang on before you go any further. When was it that you had started, I guess, communicating, or are we talking about, what's the name of this person, first of all?
Charlie English,
When was it that you had started communicating with Mr. English by text?
about 2 to 3 weeks prior to this day.
So this would be the 7th, so we're talking about February 15th, 16th, something like that?
Yes.
Had you actually gone and met in person with Mr. English? Had you had some physical meeting with him?
No, I have not.
You're texting with him, though, and what messages on your phone are visible? In other words, that Mr. Barron could see?
There were only 2 messages that were visible to him.
And I'm going to try to find them. Do you remember what the substance of the one?
Yeah, the one text said, if you were alone with me, what would you do to me right now? Something like that.
I'll show you Defendant's Exhibit 14. See that in the green right there?
What would you do to me if I was next to you?
Did Mr. Barron accept your explanation that you'd not had a relationship with this other man?
No, he did not.
What happened after that?
After that, he told me, "Did you sleep with him?" And I said,
Objection, hearsay.
It's not offered for its truth. their statements involving the heart of this case.
Judge, I can't imagine that the statements by Mr. Barron are not offered for the truth.
Y'all go ahead and take a break, please. From the top.
Judge, I'm going to object to hearsay. This witness, Mr. Barron, is unavailable because this defendant killed him. And for this defendant to be able to talk about everything that Mr. Barron said that night, they're absolutely offering all of these statements for the truth of the matter asserted. They're offering these statements to show that Mr. Barron was angry about Mr. English, that he didn't believe that she had never met him before, that he didn't believe that he had had a sexual relationship before, talking about statements that he made as far as all of this is hearsay. They're absolutely offering every single one of these statements for the truth of the matter asserted. And to try and get in Mr. Barron's statements, who is again deceased, especially after, Judge, we had a whole hearing about Mr. Barron's statements where they wanted to keep his statements out, and the body came from St. Simon's arguing confrontation clause, but then they wanted... Does
the state have a right to the confrontation clause?
No, Judge, we don't.
They don't?
They don't.
Okay. So why would you bring that up?
Because the defense...
Why would you bring that up? You're making an argument that somehow that ruling related to the confrontation clause is somehow applicable here.
No.
How is it applicable here?
Judge, the only reason I brought that up is because the defense was adamant about making sure that Mr. Barron's statements, and that is hearsay.
They were adamant because there is well-established constitutional precedent that a trial court should not let that in.
Correct. And there's also well-established precedent to not allow his statements in this context as well. And that's why I brought that up, Judge, because if there's well-established precedents for one, there's also well-established precedent for the other.
I'll give you 15 minutes to give it to me. I'll be back at 9:30.
To admit Mr. Barron's statement under residual hearsay. The times where statements by a deceased victim are admitted under residual hearsay, the reasoning for it that the courts continue to give is because of its significant guarantees of trustworthiness to the person that the statements are made to. So, for example, a domestic violence victim confiding in a friend, a parent, a sibling, something like that. There's significant guarantees of trustworthiness as to that statement, and that's why those statements are admissible. Because this individual, Mr. Barron, is an out-of-court statement. He's a declarant, and he is out of court. He is deceased. And the state's position is that these statements were being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. There needs to be a hearsay exception for these to fall under. The residual hearsay exception would not apply here because there are not significant guarantees of trustworthiness.
Mr. Willis at the bench stated that he was asserting this not for the truth of the matter asserted, that it was not hearsay.
Correct. And I guess that's where we differ, is Mr. Willis believes that these are not hearsay because they're not for the truth of the matter asserted. The state's position is that these particular statements are hearsay because they are being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. I'm not of the position that every single thing Mr. Barron has ever said is always going to be hearsay, because of course there are times where there will be admissible statements because they're not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. But specifically statements about what he was saying in regard to these texts with Charlie English are being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, because this defendant is offering that Mr. Barron was telling her that he was angry, that he didn't believe her, that they had never had a sexual relationship, that he didn't believe her, that they had never met, all of these things. Those are being offered for the truth of the matter asserted to show that he didn't believe her, that he was angry, that he thought there was a sexual relationship, to go to what they're then going to go into, which is he was so angry he did X, Y, Z to me. All of those statements specifically are offered for the truth of the matter asserted. I don't mean to say that Ms. Mericle can't say anything Mr. Barron's ever said, because of course there will be statements that are not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. That's fine. But I think where me and Mr. Willis differ is simply whether or not these statements are being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, and the state's position is that they were. And so that is why I objected, Your Honor.
And there's so many exceptions for this to come in that it frankly be impossible to list them all, but here they are. It's non-hearsay because it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. This is a self-defense case where Ms. Mericle is asserting that she was defending herself against an unlawful assault by Mr. Barron. She can't possibly make out that matter, can't possibly make out that defense unless she offers up the things he's saying to her while he is attacking her. So it's preposterous to even consider. It has to come in, number one. Two, it's non-hearsay because it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. If he calls her a SLUT, that wouldn't be offered for the truth of the matter asserted. If he tells her, I don't believe you, if he's angry, if he's moving towards her, these are non-hearsay exceptions. That's why they're non-hearsay. Additionally, they're present sense impressions, 8031, and they're also statements of then existing state of mind, 8033. It's just, you could sit here and go through every single hearsay exception. It's going to meet them all because courts let these things in all the time. You can't fathom a self-defense case where you can't say what the alleged victim was saying to the defendant as they're trying to defend themselves. How else could she make out the fact that she thought he was going to kill her if she can't say, I'm going to kill you, right? The argument starts here. We've moved right up to the relevant time frame. This is not, we're not offering things said weeks ago. We're talking about in the critical times of this unfortunate tragedy. So, A, it's not hearsay. B, it's a present sense impression, 8031. C, it's a then existing state of mind statement, 8033. And D, it's also offered for the effect on the hearer, who is Ms. Mericle, who's asserting a self-defense claim and a justification.
Judge, my only response to that is I'm not objecting to them talking about threats that Mr. Barron made. I agree that him saying, I'm going to kill you, is not hearsay, because whether or not he was actually going to kill her isn't what they're offering it for. They're offering it to go to her fear. So I'm not saying that they can't get into Ms. Barron talking about threats that, or that Ms. Mericle can't talk about threats that Mr. Barron made. I do agree with Mr. Willis that that would not be hearsay. They're not offering that for the truth of the matter asserted. I'm only talking, so I'm not talking about every statement. Like I said, I'm not talking about every statement that Ms. Mericle may or may not testify to as to Mr. Barron. I'm only specifically talking about these specific ones that she's talking about right now, about Mr. Barron saying he didn't believe me that I wasn't having an affair. He didn't believe that I'd never met him. He didn't believe me about that. There's plenty of ways that they can talk about Mr. Barron allegedly being upset by these texts without talking about what he said. Did he appear angry after reading those texts? Did he appear upset? You know, what did he do? They can talk about his actions that he took after reading these text messages. All of that would be perfectly fine. Those aren't statements. So, like I said, I'm not making a blanket objection that she can't say anything that Mr. Barron ever said that night, including threats. I do agree that that's not hearsay. I'm only talking about the statements that were just mentioned on direct as far as the text messages with Mr. English.
So as the lawyers are aware, the Georgia legislature with the Georgia Supreme Court adopted the federal rules. We're clearly in 801 as well as 803. I don't think I've received any case law or annotations or anything from either party. Does anyone want to provide that?
I couldn't find any cases where the defendant was testifying as to deceased victims' statements. Anything that I searched as far as deceased victims' statements, hearsay, defendant, anything like that, all came up with residual hearsay where victim made statements to other people other than the defendant, and that they came in under residual hearsay.
And that, I would say, is very instructive. The fact that that's never been appealed shows you just...
Well, in fairness, and making no comment on this case, the state's a little bit hamstrung on these types of cases because there's no right to an appeal, and I'm not saying it either way, of an acquittal. So, it's a situation where, in fairness, and I'm a neutral party, but I mean, the state doesn't have a whole lot of opportunity to appeal after the fact.
Right, but it would be a defendant where a trial court said you can't put these in, and a defendant appealed.
Exactly.
And there aren't any.
That was my understanding as well. That's why we took a break, and it's been a half hour, and I appreciate everyone giving me argument, but I've yet to have a case, so that's why I'm asking. The court's ruling is that it is not hearsay under 801C. Even if it was hearsay, you have 803.1 and 803.3, as it pointed out by the defense. That being said, I am going to give a curative instruction or an overarching instruction. Members of the jury, I'm not commenting on the evidence. However, to be clear, these statements are not for the truth of the matter asserted, but only to potentially explain defendant's actions. It's a pretty important instruction I'll give to the jury.
Judge, I would ask the court not to give that instruction if they're missing under 803.1 and 803.3. There's no need for an instruction.
Well, I'm finding that it is, it's not hearsay. So, but I'm also stating for, and appellate record's not my concern, but there's also logic in 803.1 and 803.3.
We still have an objection to the instruction. We understand the court's ruling.
Okay, well, what's your objection?
Well, we don't think that we should give an instruction about specifically Ms. Mericle's statements about Mr. Barron, because then it's the first witness. There's been loads of hearsay admitted. Mr. Barron said this, there's texts that come in, and the first person that takes the stand, respectfully, when the defendant gets up there, we say, hey, we don't believe her statements.
There's been loads of hearsay admitted. Okay. What does that mean?
Well, it just means the very first witness that the jury's ever told. And I know the court's, I'm not trying to say that, I know you're trying to do exactly what you think's exactly correct. And I think
But the comment of loads of hearsay, see, this is something that if the difference from the court's perspective is that the state has made an objection.
Mm-hmm. I see. Mm-hmm.
So if you'd like to compare apples to apples, let's do that. But, and this goes for both sides, and I'm not trying to get on my high horse here, but this is not a quid pro quo. This is not, oh, well, you're entitled to 3 improper things, or you're entitled to 0 improper things. You're only entitled to what the law allows, what the law requires for both sides. If you disagree with it, then you get up on your feet and say the words objection. Judge, I have an objection. I object to this. If you don't object to it, and this goes for both sides, I don't want to hear about it 2 days later. So, loads of hearsay aside, on this objection, what would you like to talk about?
I didn't mean to infer that because hearsay had been admissible, we're entitled to it. What I was trying to articulate is that out of all the witnesses who have testified, it may create an impression on the jurors that the first time they're told, hey, the things she says, in effect, aren't, I don't want to create the inference at the police court that you're passing on her believability. That's all I'm trying to get to.
And I understand that's a concern. That's why I'm reading it aloud. And so the state's interest and concern, and again, I'm a neutral party, is that you, through testimony, the defendant will be able to say many, many things uncontroverted, essentially, not saying it's true, not saying it's false, but they're objecting to it. And the objection that they're making is a good one, but I'm ruling against it and saying that it's not hearsay, that it is not for the truth of the matter asserted. And I'll be honest with you, that was the first thing you said when you came up to the bench, is that you were not asserting it for the truth of the matter asserted. So I understand the concern about the court speaking to the jury on it, but I'm not trying to be rough on this. I'm going to say something to them. So I would appreciate the party's input, and if you don't, that's fine.
May I have just one more?
Yes.
Sorry.
Judge, may we be excused for a brief restroom break while we're
Yes.
discussing? Thank you.
Yeah, that's it.
Here's what I have. This is draft 1. And this is right out of the code as far as the first part. Hearsay means a statement other than one made by the declarant while testifying at the trial or hearing offered in evidence to prove the truth of the matter asserted. And this may be too broad, I understand. The court has ruled that this line of testimony is not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but only to potentially explain defendant's potential actions. And I understand you may not like this, but I have this as well. As with any witness, issues of credibility are solely within your discretion. To be clear, the court is not making comment on the evidence one way or the other.
And just to be honest, I mean, that's more concerning to actually, to bring in credibility.
Okay, what's your draft?
My proposal would be that you give no instruction at all. You just say,
I understand that's your position.
if you choose not to do that suggestion, which I understand the court is leaning towards giving an instruction of some kind.
Not to be argumentative, but 10 minutes ago, I told you that I was going to give a limiting instruction, and
Yes,
I
sir.
would appreciate any input. So your input is don't give one.
No, sir.
State, what's your input? State, what's your input?
I have no objection to your limiting instruction, Judge.
Back to defense.
I didn't mean to infer, I'm just merely trying to preserve the record.
The record is so preserved. Do you object to a limiting instruction?
Yes, sir.
Now that I'm giving a limiting instruction, would you like to have any input?
Yes, sir.
And what would that input be?
The input is, I would like it to be limited in time, meaning so that the jury doesn't think that every single thing that comes out of her mouth is under this strange umbrella of credibility, and we're not sure if we believe it, and it all is
Well,
hearsay.
every witness's testimony is under that strange umbrella of credibility.
Sure, but we haven't told any of the other.
I've said it. We've had 3 or 4 expert witnesses. Every time I've had a version of believe them, don't believe them.
True for the experts you did. That's true. But none for the lay witnesses, right? That's my concern. And it's the defendant, which is obviously the most important witness, arguably, in the case. So my suggestion is just limited in timing. It just says the state's interposed an objection to hearsay. I've ruled this is non-hearsay. And that's the end of it. That would be our request.
Jury comes back. The court has overruled the hearsay objection and rules that the answer is not for the truth of the matter asserted, but only to potentially explain defendant's potential actions. As with any witness, issues of credibility are solely within your discretion. To be clear, the court is making no comment on the evidence one way or the other.
I would still have the same objection, Judge. Just to be clear, and I understand if the court's going to give it, and I'm not making a comment on that one way or another. After you give the instruction, I'm required to re-object, so after you do give the, I'm not asking to rehash this thing. I just mean for purposes of the record, I have to make a statement about restating our previous objection, and I'll just say it like that, and that's all that I have to say about it.
Restating what previous objection?
That we do not wish the court to give an instruction as proposed.
All right. We've already let the horse out of the barn, and practice pointer, defense can take stands, usually a good time when the judge comes out and says, hey, is there anything to let the judge know? Dr. Mericle, you've already started testimony. To be clear, that horse is sort of already out of the barn. We could obviously take things, but it's my understanding you do wish to testify. Is that correct? Great. All right, come on up. Let's bring him back. Thank you. Welcome back. Thank you for your patience. Thank you so much. Welcome back. Thank you. Y'all can be seated. Thank you. Members of the jury, I want to commend the lawyers for their advocacy. They're doing their jobs, and I appreciate them advocating for each side of their respective positions. As I stated very early in jury selection process, this is natural, and we appreciate y'all's patience with the court as we hash out some legal issues. The court has overruled the hearsay objection and rules that the answer is not for the truth of the matter asserted, but only to potentially explain defendant's potential actions. As with any witness, issues of credibility are solely within your discretion. To be clear, the court is making no comment on the evidence one way or the other, and it's my understanding that defense has an objection to that. That objection is noted.
Thank you, Judge. Okay. I'm going to orient you to where we were, okay?
Okay.
Let me show you what's been previously admitted. It states 15, okay?
Yes.
I'll put it up on the... What is that of?
That's a picture of our foyer area, the living room area where we were seated that night.
Where was it that you said you had gone?
To the bathroom.
And can you show us, can you kind of show it, maybe I'll use the pointer here. Can you show us which way you'd have to go to get there from this picture?
I have to go this way.
Did you hear that? She couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
I have to go this way.
Just for a second.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want with it. Yep.
I have to go this way,
Okay. Which way is the bathroom on this picture?
this side, right over here. The bathroom's back there.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks. After you come back from the bathroom, is that when you see him with the phone?
Yes, he had my phone.
What was his demeanor? What was his, I guess, attitude, if you will, when you came back in?
You could tell he was angry.
Was he making any statements to you?
He just asked me how long have I known him? Where did I meet him? How long have I known him? Where did I meet him? Have I slept with him?
Okay. And did Mr. Barron accept your responses that you were giving back?
He did, except for the last one when I said I didn't sleep with him. He called me a lying whore.
And what happened after he did that?
After he did that, after he called me a lying whore, then he stood up and he came over there to me and put both of his hands around my neck and started choking me.
Okay. Could you breathe with both of his hands around your neck?
No, I could not.
Were you capable of breaking free from his grip or getting loose or anything like that?
No, I was not.
Why not?
He's very strong.
How long does he have his hands around your neck?
Probably for about 30 seconds, maybe.
What happens after that?
After that, he drops his hands and he grabs both of my wrists and he pulls me up and he takes me and twists me against the living room wall, slams me against the living room wall, and then he slams me against the door frame. And he lost his balance at the door frame, and I ran into the bedroom, and he followed me into the bedroom, and he goes right to the dresser by the side of the bed, and he gets his gun. And I ask him,
Is this the state's exhibit? When you say gets his gun, let me show you. State's exhibit 190. Can you take a look at that? Is that the gun?
yes, it is.
Where are you now where he's got the firearm? Where are you?
Can you repeat that?
I'm sorry, I was away from the microphone. Where are you when he's got the firearm?
I'm standing in the bedroom.
And what happens after he picks up the firearm?
I asked him what he's doing with the firearm. I asked him what he's doing with it, and he said, protection against intruders is what he said.
What did you think he was getting the firearm for?
To shoot me.
And he tells you he's not getting it for that? He gives you some other explanation?
Exactly, right.
What did you make of that statement, I'm getting it for intruders?
I didn't think that was, I thought that was just an excuse because I still thought he was getting the gun out to shoot me.
After that, where does he go?
After that, he goes into the living room.
And what do you do?
I follow into the living room and I start looking for my phone.
Were you able to find your phone in the living room?
No, I was not, and I asked him for my phone and for the keys to his car, and he told me I wouldn't get the phone and that no one was going anywhere tonight.
Where are you right now when he's saying all those things?
I'm in the living room.
Does he have anything besides a gun?
No.
Put something on his shoulder.
He put when he went upstairs, he put his satchel bag on his shoulders.
Okay, what's the satchel bag?
It's like a briefcase. It's what he owns. It's his briefcase, satchel bag. But he didn't put it on until he was going up the stairs.
Okay. What happens as you're there near the stairs and he's got the gun in the satchel bag?
He starts asking me other questions. He didn't have the satchel bag at this time.
Okay.
But he starts asking me more questions about Charlie English, asking me where he's from, what he does for a living, have I ever seen him, and then tells me that he asked me how long I'd been communicating with him, and I told him 2 to 3 weeks. And he told me I need to stop communicating with him. And I told him I would stop communicating with him once he stopped communicating with his lady friend. And he got mad, and he grabbed my right arm, and then he kicked behind my leg and made me fall down on my knees on the staircase.
After you're down on your knees, is he holding you with his arm or something? Has he got you in some sort of a grip?
Yeah, he's holding me with my arm. He's got a grip on me with his arm, holding my arm down like that.
What's he do after that?
After that, he tells me that he wants me to suck his big cock.
And is that something that you're interested in doing at this point?
No, I was not.
What do you do next?
And then he told me to help him undo his pants. And so I helped him undo his pants because he had a gun in his hand, his other hand. And I helped him undo his pants. Then he put his penis in my mouth and told me to suck it. And then he kept trying to make me suck it, give him oral sex. And then he grabbed me again, and he told me that I need to keep sucking, and I told him I couldn't, and I told him I started crying, and I was crying, and he told me to shut up and stop crying. And then he told me again to shut up. And then he said, you need to shut the fuck up. He said, if you don't, I'm going to take my fucking gun. And he held the gun up to my lips like that. He told me he was going to take his fucking gun and shove it down my fucking throat and shoot my fucking brains out. And then he told me, you belong to me. And then he pushed me backwards. And then he told me, don't close your eyes tonight.
Before you go any further, I want to show you a picture. Defendant's Exhibit 4, Defendant's Exhibit 5. Show you Defendant's Exhibit 4. This is Defendant's Exhibit 4 today. Do you recognize this area on Mr. Barron's body?
Yes, I do.
How is it that his genitalia, if you know, ended up looking like that?
The night before, when I got there Thursday night, I was in the shower, and he got in the shower with me and told me that he wanted me to shave his genital area.
Is that something that you were interested in doing, that you wanted to do for him?
No, it wasn't.
How was it that he got you to do it?
He pushed me down on my knees. He grabbed the back of my head, back of my hair, and he pushed me down on my knees. And he told me, oops, I'm sorry. And he handed me a razor and told me to shave it.
Is this the way his penis looked on March the 7th?
Yes, it is.
At some point, does he go up the stairs?
Yes, he does.
Now, at this point, what is it that you're thinking as he's gone up the stairs? Are you thinking that you're safe?
No, I'm not. I'm thinking that I need to get out of there.
has he ever, in the past, gone up the stairs to that same exact room and you not been safe?
Yes, it has.
When did that happen?
It happened on the night of February the 16th, February 15th, 16th.
Is that the night you got charged with a DUI?
Yes, it is.
On the night of February 15th, I want to talk about that for a minute.
Okay.
What happened on that night?
We were sitting in the living room watching TV, and he started talking about the down payment on the mortgage. He started talking about the payment on the mortgage, that he wanted me to use to sell. I was selling my dental practice, and he wanted me to use the money from that to pay the mortgage off.
Okay. And the jury has some idea, but how much money was owed on this property in February of 2025?
1.33.
What was it that Mr. Barron wanted you to do as far as that 1.33 that was owed?
He wanted me to pay it off with the money from my selling my dental practice.
All of it?
All of it.
Was that a good idea? Is that something you wanted to do?
No, it was not.
How was it that he brought this up to you? How did he express to you that he wanted this to be done?
He just told me, we were sitting there and he brought it up, that he wanted for me to pay the mortgage off. He said it would help him out if I could just pay the whole mortgage off, and it'd take away our payments.
Okay. And so did you agree to do it?
No, I did not.
And how did he take that?
Well, I got up to get a bottle of water, and he followed me in the kitchen, and he kept telling me I needed to do that, and I told him I wasn't going to do that, that I wasn't comfortable putting that much money down, that was for my retirement, to be put away for when I retire. And he got mad, and he slung me up against the refrigerator door like 2 times.
And did he do anything else after that?
And then he went up, he got his satchel bag, his phone, his keys, his whatever, I think that's it. And he went upstairs with the satchel bag and his keys and his phone.
Did he go up to the same room
that we see on Defendant's Exhibit 6?
Yes, he did.
this one here? I didn't ask you that very well. Is this the same room that he went into?
Yes, it is.
And was that the end of the matter on February the 15th? Was that the end of the matter?
No, it was not.
What happened?
He stayed up there, and I went ahead and got ready for bed, and I got in bed, and I was reading a book in bed, and I must have fallen asleep. And then when I woke up, he was sitting beside the bed, and he had his gun out, and he was tapping it on my foot.
He's sitting beside the bed in which bedroom?
In the master bedroom, sitting on my side, right up next to the bed. He was standing or sitting like right there
And he tapped you on your foot with what?
with his gun.
Was the gun still in the holster or was it out of the holster?
It was out of the holster.
Did this tapping wake you up?
Yes, it did.
Was that the end of it?
No, it wasn't. No, I woke up and I was terrified. I didn't know why he had his gun out. And then he started telling me. I sat up immediately and asked him what was going on. And he said to me that he was sorry for what he did, and that he understood that I couldn't pay the whole amount, and that he loves me and wants us to be together.
And was that the end of it?
No, that he walked over to the other side of the bedroom, and he put his gun and he put my phone. He had my phone. He put it up on the dresser, and then he crawled into bed with me. And then he put his arms around me and kept telling me he loved me and wanted us to be together. and that if I could just pay maybe just half the mortgage then,
So that would be what, 600
and something.
something? Okay. Did you agree to do it?
No, I said no, that I didn't feel comfortable doing that either. That I just wanted to pay my regular mortgage payment every month.
And then what?
And then when I said no, that I didn't want to do it anymore, and I asked him, I said, are you still paying for your lady friends, her expenses every month?
Okay.
And he looked at me,
And your lady friend means,
Lilia,
okay. You brought that up to him.
right, I brought that up to him. And then he got mad and he grabbed both of my arms and he put them above my head. And then he lifted up my shirt and started slapping my breast and my chest. He started slapping them very painfully and hard.
Had he ever slapped your breast like that and pinned you with your arms above your head before?
No, never.
So then what happened?
And then he slid me off the side of the bed and he tried to have anal sex with me.
Are you on your stomach or on your back when he slides
I'm
you?
on my stomach.
How do you know? Well, I guess that's a bad question. How do you know that that was his intent?
Because he tried to enter me.
Was he successful in entering your body?
No, he was not.
What happened?
Then he said that he wanted to get some lube. And so he turned around and walked into the bathroom. And when he did that, I got my phone and I grabbed my purse and I took off running. And I went outside to my car and I got into my car.
Were you wearing clothes?
I had a t-shirt on at that time, that point. No undergarments on, just a t-shirt.
Did you make it to your car?
Yes, I did. I made it to my car.
And then what?
And then I was backing up and he came outside. He ran out to the door, ran out the door. And I was backing up and then I drove off.
I'll show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 42. You take a look at that. Dates here in the columns here.
Okay.
You recognize that?
Yes.
Is that a call log from your phone?
Yes.
Does it fairly and accurately represent the calls that David Barron made to you on February 16th after you left the house?
Yes.
Move to admit Defendant's 42.
No objection.
What's the number?
42, Judge.
Admitted.
After you pulled away, did you receive any telephone calls from David Barron?
From who?
From David Barron.
Yes, I did.
Do you remember how many calls it was?
He called me about maybe 5 times, 5 to 7 times.
Let's take a look, okay? Defendant's 42. You see that first call right there at 10044?
Yes.
What does it say? Does it say that you received the call?
Said missed.
Okay. Let's look at 10042. You see that call?
Yes, it says I missed.
What time was that call?
That was at 2:19 a.m.
Okay. What about this one, 10041?
It says I missed that one, and that one was at 2:19, 56 seconds.
What about 1040?
That was at 2 minutes and 20, 2 o'clock, 2:20, 38 seconds, sorry.
What about 1039?
That was at 2:21, 14 seconds a.m., and I missed that call.
What about 1038?
That was at 2:21, 49 seconds, and I missed that call.
What about 1037?
That was at 2 o'clock, 22 minutes and 21 seconds, and I missed that call.
And what about 1036?
That was at 2:22, 58 seconds, and I missed that call.
You keep saying you missed the call.
Yeah. It was ringing, and I didn't pick it up.
Right. Look at 1035. What time
That's
was
at
that?
2:23:19 a.m., 19 seconds, and it says rejected.
Okay. What about 1034?
That's at 2:23, 57 seconds, and it said I missed it. I just wasn't answering the phone.
Right. What about 1033?
That was at 2 o'clock, 2:24 and 33 seconds, and it said I missed that call as well.
What about 1032?
That was at 2:25, 10 seconds, and I missed that call as well.
And it looks like you tried to place a call here at 1031, is that right?
Yes, I guess so. That probably was a misdial. I don't know.
Who's that?
That's to my daughter, Mary Madden.
Looks like maybe it says not answered, 1030,
Right,
that one. That was to David Barron.
yes.
And then 1029.
It's at 2:39, 11 seconds, not answered.
That's from you to him, right?
Yes,
And then 1028.
that's from him at 2:40, 14 seconds, and I missed it.
And then we'll have to flip to the next page to see who that's from. Let me go here. Looks like you placed a call, is that right?
Yes,
Who's that to?
that's to Mary Madden, my daughter.
And 1025?
It's 2:51, 18 seconds, and I didn't answer the call
And who's that from?
from David Barron.
And this next call at 1024?
It's at 3:02 and 4 seconds, and I didn't answer that call.
Oh, you probably weren't counting, but do you know how many that was? How many calls from Mr. Barron?
No, I do not.
We have heard some or seen some evidence about some notes on your phone or a note on your phone about this DUI night.
Right. Mhm.
In the notes in your phone about this DUI night, it doesn't have any of this information about this incident.
Right. It does not.
Why not?
Well, I wrote the note in case I had to go over what happened that night previously, so I would remember what happened that night, but I left out a lot of details, and I left out the truth in it. And the reason I did that is because he was going to help me with this, and if he saw that I said anything like that or wrote anything, he'd be furious with me and he'd hurt me. So I knew not to say anything about what really transpired that evening.
Did you ever tell anybody about the things that Mr. Barron had done to you?
No, never.
What about your kids,
No, never. I never told anyone.
your sisters?
No, I never told anyone.
I want to ask you about the night when the police came to St. Simon's, okay?
Okay.
What was the place that you guys were staying, you and Mr. Barron?
We were staying at Seagate Inn.
And we've heard from the police officers
Right.
showed up, but can you tell us what happened earlier in the night?
Well, we went to a restaurant called Ember. We went out to eat. We were on St. Simon's. And in the middle of dinner, he said he didn't feel well. So we packed up our dinner and we left. And we get in the car and I asked him, I said, are you okay? He said, no, he's not okay. He said, you weren't paying attention to me in there. You were paying attention to all your friends. Because there were a lot of people in there that I knew. And I was just talking to him and saying hello to him. And I said, no, I was paying attention to you. And he said, no, you weren't. He said, why did I drive all the way from Gainesville to come here if you weren't going to pay attention to me? And then we were silent on the way home. And then we pulled into the parking garage. And that's when he asked me if I could do him a favor. He said, can you do me a favor? And I said, sure. And he wanted me to pay his mortgage for that month.
Okay, hang on. His mortgage means what?
His half of the mortgage payment that we make together.
Okay. At this time, we know what the mortgage loan amount is, but what is the monthly total payment, if you know?
It's about probably around $9,000. So between the two of us, it's like $4,500. I pay $4,500 and he pays $4,500.
Did you agree to fund his portion of the mortgage?
No, I did not.
And how did he receive that information?
He slapped me in the face.
And this was in the car?
This was in the car, yes.
Okay. Was that the end of it?
No, then I told him that maybe he needs to find another place to stay tonight. And I told him that I would get all of his stuff together and send it down the elevator. So I went upstairs to get his belongings and pack his bags. And I was up there doing it, and he comes up the stairs, up the elevator, I'm sorry. He comes upstairs and he's standing at the door, and he's trying to get in the door, and I'm standing in the way of the door, and he pushes the door open and makes me fall.
And what happened when you fell?
When I fell, since I was already on the ground, he kicked me in the side, and then he kicked me really hard in the head. And then he pulls me up from the ground. He put one hand on my neck and the other hand on top of my hair and pulls me up from the ground that way.
What happens after he does that?
Then the police bang on the door. But before that, when we were talking about why I wouldn't pay for it, I then made another statement that as long as he's paying for her monthly bill, that I would not pay for it.
Was that something he liked you to say to him?
No, that's when he slapped me in the face.
When the police got there, did you feel like what did you tell them? Did you tell them this is what happened?
No, I did not. I told him everything was okay.
What'd you tell them about Mr. Barron?
I told him that he was fine, that everything was good, that everything was going to be okay.
I'll show you 13. Show you what was marked as Defendant's Exhibit 13. Can you flip through those and see if you recognize those? And you can take your time, okay?
Okay. Yes, I recognize them.
Are these your texts with Mr. Barron?
Yes, they are.
Do they fairly enough represent your text from Mr. Barron?
Yes, they do.
From January 31st through January 31st to February the
3rd.
February the 3rd.
Yes.
Move to tender defendant's exhibit 13.
No objection.
Admitted.
I have the element back, I'm sorry. Showing you second page of defendant's 13. Who's this message from?
It's from me to David.
Okay. And what is it that you're telling him there?
I said the EM came back and took me to the hospital and I had to spend the night for observation. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Now, was it true that an EM came back to your condo?
No, it was not.
What was Mr. Barron's response to you at 12:16 a.m. on the 3rd there?
He said, you should be ashamed of how you reacted. It was you who acted so terribly to have some persons call the police.
Your response to Mr. Barron is what?
I fell and I hit my head and they heard me. I talked to them today.
Are you inferring that you talked to the people who got called 911?
Yes.
But had you actually talked to them?
No, I had not. I was just trying to make him feel better
Feel better about what?
about what he did to me. And that he knows I wasn't going to say anything. He was scared I was going to say something.
What's the next thing that you told him?
It says, I fell and hit my head and they heard me yell. I talked to them today. You did nothing. I held the door. You pushed and I fell. That's all. That's all that happened. I think you need to go find Lily and be with her. I hired a private eye and he told me that she has 8 men sending her money and you are number 9. It's a scam.
Now, had you actually hired a private investigator?
No, I had not.
When was the first time that you and Mr. Barron had violence in your relationship?
Probably in September of 2024.
Okay. And where did that take place?
We were in a hotel in Atlanta, Georgia.
You're staying at a hotel. Is anyone else staying at the hotel besides you and Mr. Barron?
Just us.
And what happened?
Well, we went to dinner at the hotel, and then we were coming back up the stairs, come back up to the room, and we had a seat in the sitting area. And then he told me that he wanted to talk about the down payment for our mortgage.
Okay, so hang on, just so the folks
Okay.
know. When was it that you actually made the agreement or the mortgage or signed all that stuff for the house?
That was in October, so this is a month before we sign everything.
Okay.
And so then he asked me if we had decided beforehand to pay, each of us were going to put $300,000 down on the loan so to lessen our payments, our monthly payments. And then that night he told me that he could only put 100,000 down, but he still wanted me to put the 300,000 down. And I told him I wasn't comfortable doing that I'd put whatever he put down, that it's fine. If he could only do 100,000, then I'd put down 100,000. And then he also said that he wanted only his name on the house.
You mean he wanted on the deed or on the title or something like that?
Right, he just wanted his name to be on there, not mine.
Okay. And was this suggestion a suggestion that you were interested in following?
No, I was not.
So what happened?
And so he suggested that I pay the 300,000 and he pays 100,000. I told him no, that I wouldn't do that. And he told me that I need to listen to him. And I told him that I was listening to him. I just wasn't agreeing with him because I didn't want to have my name on the mortgage only and then his name on it without mine, without on the house, the deed and the mortgage. I wanted both of our names on it because we were both putting in equal amounts of money. And he grabbed me by the chin right here. And he grabbed me and told me that I need to learn to listen to him. And then he turned around and hit me in the side of my head.
And was that the end of it?
No, it was not.
What happened?
He left. He went, I guess, I don't know where he went. He went downstairs or somewhere. He took the elevator and left the hotel room. And then he came back probably about an hour and a half later.
So hang on. He's put his hands on you, you say?
Yes.
Right? And then he just leaves?
Yes, he just leaves. He gets my phone
He took your phone?
off the table.
Okay.
And he takes his phone and he takes his satchel bag and he goes and leaves the room. I don't know where he went, but he left the room.
And how much time passed before he shows back up?
Probably about an hour, hour and a half.
And is that the end of it? He just comes back and now everything's fine?
No, it's not.
What happens?
I was in bed already, and he came in there and he pulled me out of bed with my arm. He pulled me out of bed with my arm and told me that we were going to finish this conversation and that I need to learn to know that he's the boss, not me. And then he told me again to put down 300,000, and I told him I just wanted to put down 100,000 just like he did. And he didn't agree to that. And then I told him I wanted my name on the house as well as his name. He said he needed it for tax purposes and that he knew more about this stuff than I did. And I told him I needed it for tax purposes too. So I told him that I would not put down 300,000.
And that's the end of it? The whole night's over?
And then when I told him that, he told me he needs to teach me a lesson about listening to him. And he grabbed me by the hair, by the back of my head, grabbed me by the hair and threw me down on the bed. And then he sexually forced himself on me.
When you say sexually forced himself on me, what do you mean exactly?
He made me have sexual intercourse with him.
But this is someone you're having sexual intercourse with consensually before this, right?
Yes.
Well, what's the difference between the consensual sex you had with him and this?
Because I was being forced to have it with him. When we have it together, we both agree upon it, but I was being forced to have it, and I didn't want to have it at that time.
How is he supposed to know you don't want to have it?
Because I told him no, I told him to stop and leave me alone. I was yelling at him to stop and leave me alone.
And he didn't, did he respond to that?
No, he didn't respond. He told me to shut up, and he slapped me in the head again.
Did you think, because you said this is the first time, right?
Right, this is the first time that he had, before, maybe a couple of times, he may have pushed me maybe a little bit, or grab my arm more so that way, but this is the first time he really attacked me.
Did you think maybe that you should try to end this relationship?
Yes, I did. Yes.
Why didn't you do it?
Because I loved him, and I thought we could work it out.
I want to talk to you about another time down in St. Simons. May I approach the witness? I'm sorry. Thought I gave you this already. Showing you defendant 68. Can you look at those? See if you recognize those.
Excuse me. Yes.
Do you recognize those? Are these a fair and accurate representation of your text with Mr. Barron from January 20th, 2025 to January 20th, 2025 at 8:03 a.m. Starts at 6:09 a.m. and runs to 8:03 a.m.
Okay, yes, they are.
Tendering defendant's exhibit 68.
No objection.
Admitted.
What do these texts relate to from 1/20/2025?
That's when he was leaving, when he the night before, he'd thrown my purse out the window of the car.
Okay. What were you guys arguing about?
About Lilia.
Okay. Can you read this first text for us?
Yes, it says, I am in such shock. I don't even know what to believe. All I know is you never, ever, ever loved me. I was such a fool.
And then let's go down to this bottom one.
This is where I was telling him what was still missing out of my purse when he threw the purse out the window the night before.
Okay.
I said my remote control for my hearing and my wallet are both missing. Those are missing. My medicine is missing from my purse when you threw my purse out the window.
And to orient these folks to that, tell us exactly what happened the night that he threw your purse out the window.
Well, we were at a restaurant eating dinner, and we were sitting out at the bar having dinner, and there was two other couples at the bar sitting there with us, and we were watching the Baltimore Ravens and another team they were playing, and I didn't hear what they said, but they asked them if we were Baltimore fans. And I asked David, I said, what did they say? And he said they wanted to know if we were Baltimore Ravens fans. And I said, well, I've been to a game before. I said, my son is a fan of Baltimore Ravens, like that. And they started laughing, and he started laughing. And he said, and they said, so you're a fan of Baltimore Ravens? And I said, I guess. And he said, that bitch can't even spell Baltimore, is what he said to them. And so I got kind of upset, and I asked him, I said, I'm ready to go. And so we got in the car, and I got mad at him and said, why did you say that about me in front of us? I said, you embarrassed me. And he said, oh, I was just kidding with you. It was just a joke, like that. And then we started going home, and he said, I don't want to go home if you're going to be pouting or something like that. And I said, well, you hurt my feelings like that. And I said, you shouldn't have said that in front of those people who don't even know who they are. And he said, I was just kidding with you. And then he got mad at me, and we kept talking about other things. And then he said that he's going to open the Porsche door and ruin my car. And then he said he's going to throw out my purse. And so he threw out my purse out the window of the car.
And the items that were in your purse included?
the remote control for my implant ear.
Okay, and this
And-
might be a good time to talk about that, okay? I meant
Okay.
to do it earlier. What do you have in your right ear for your ability to hear?
In my right ear, I have an Envoy implant I've lost my hearing in my right ear, so that provides my hearing. I have a remote control that I have over there, and I can coordinate my hearing to up and down what I need it to do.
And you say it's an implant, so what is that? Does that mean it's something that you can remove, or it stays in all the time?
No, it's an implant. It's inside of my mastoid process. I had to go through like a 7.5-hour surgery, and they put it in your mastoid process, and it's an implant that's covered up by your skin, your bone, by your hair. And I can't remove it.
Okay.
Every so often I have to get the battery replaced.
What about on your left ear? What do you have for that?
My left ear, I wear a hearing aid.
Is that something that comes in and out?
Yeah, that comes in and out. I can take that in and out, and I have it battery operated.
Okay. I want to talk to you about one other thing that we've heard about, which is the thing from December the 28th, okay?
Okay,
You know what I'm talking about?
yes.
Tell us what happened on that night, and first tell us where you guys were.
Okay,
December the 28th,
yes, during the day or at night, you want me to tell you about?
when everything happened at night. Well, I
Okay.
guess you can, because it started in the day, didn't it?
Yeah, it started
Okay,
in the
go ahead
morning.
and start in the daytime.
Okay, so in the morning, we were going to go to Pottery Barn Outlet to look for some more furniture for our home. We had just moved in there, and we're on our way, and he's driving, and he wants me to put the address in my phone, the GPS address for Pottery Barn Outlet. And I said,
He
well, why don't
wants you to
give-
put the address in your phone to do what?
to go to Pottery Barn
The outlet.
Outlet.
Why does he want to put it into your phone? Is he driving?
He's driving.
Okay.
Yes, so he asked me to put it into my phone and put the GPS in my phone, and I said, no, let me put it in your phone, because I'm going to be on my phone looking at more furniture and things, ideas, getting some more ideas.
Mhm.
So he handed me his phone,
Okay, so you have possession of his cell phone. Okay.
and I started to put in the address. Well, then I see a couple texts flocking, but they're coming in. There were about 3 or 4 texts that came in, and they had her name on it, Lilia Boken.
Okay, before this day, had you ever heard that name before or knew anything about who that was or anything at all?
No, I'd never heard her name before. I didn't know who she was.
Okay. And was it a concern for you to see messages from someone, probably a female? I assume you thought it was a female?
Yes, I mean, at first, I looked at it and I really kind of laughed and said, who is Lilia? I said, she's really trying to get in touch with you. And the look on his face was like shocked. And he reached over and grabbed the phone out of my hands. And that's when I knew it was something besides just some lady talking to him. And he tried to tell me that that's what it was, just some friend of his that was reaching out to him. And so I asked him to let me see the text, and he wouldn't let me see them. And he pulled off the side of the road, and we were arguing about letting me see the text and not see the text. And then he walked over to my side of the door, and he opened it up and told me to get out, that I could walk home.
And
We were probably-
where are you now in relationship to you all's lake house?
Probably about 25 miles away from the lake house.
Okay. And
And it
did you
was
take him
misting
up on the
outside.
offer to get out of the car and walk home?
Excuse me, say that again?
Did you take him up on his offer to get out of the car and walk home?
He pulled me out of the car.
Okay, so did you get out?
So I got out. Yes, I got out. He pulled me out of the car, and then I started walking home. And about 15 minutes later, he comes back and picks me up and tells me to get in the car. So I do. And then we just stay silent all the way home. And then I take a nap. I go in there and take a nap. And when I get up, I want to know if he'll talk about it with me. And I remember he was sitting in the chair, and I kneeled down in front of him. And he said that it was a lady friend that he met in 2019, that he went to Croatia with her for a week, and that the logistics of it didn't match for them to be together, but they just stayed friends, and they always notify each other on special holidays, things like this. So this was right after Christmas.
Okay, so you He's telling you, this is just somebody I saw a long time ago from a European trip,
Right,
and I don't ever see them, so no big deal.
right.
Okay?
Okay, and I still asked him to let me see the text then if it was no big deal, and he told me he deleted them all. And so then we kind of stopped talking about it, and then we eat dinner, and then after dinner we started talking about it again. It brought it up, and we started talking about it again, and he didn't want to talk about it. He said he was going to leave. If I was going to continue talking about it, he was going to leave and go to a hotel.
Did you want him to leave and go to a hotel?
No, I didn't want him to leave. He had been drinking, and I didn't want him out there driving.
So what'd you do?
So I reached in his pocket. He gave me a hug, and I reached in his front pocket, and I grabbed the keys out of his pocket. And then I took off, and I ran to the closet.
You're in the closet, you've got his keys, what happens after that?
Well, I didn't have his keys, really. I threw them up on the bathroom counter when I ran in there. I threw his keys up on the bathroom counter. But I ran in the closet away from him, and then he pushed me down in the closet, and all the clothes that I had folded up, he took all those and threw them on top of me, and then took out some hanging clothes and put those on top of me as well. And he kicked me when I was down there on the ground.
Did you place a phone call to his son, Evan?
Well, I placed a phone call to his son after when he pushed me down, and then he walked out of the closet, and then I walked out of the closet, and I looked over there, and he was getting his gun out of the drawer in the bedroom. So then I locked myself in the bathroom, and then I called his son, Evan.
You called from the bathroom while he's outside with the firearm?
Right? He was beating on the door with it.
Had you pulled a gun on Mr. Barron that night?
No, I did not.
You phoned his son, Evan, is that right?
Yes.
What were you telling Evan?
That I said, is this normal behavior for your dad? And he said, who's that screaming? I said, that's your dad. He said he could hear him screaming, and he said, and then he put his wife on the phone, and they were telling me how sorry they were, and that I didn't deserve to hear this, and that he was going to come over. Evan was going to leave his house and drive to the lake house, but he lives pretty far away. So then he said he'd call his younger brother, Colt, who lived closer, and get him to come over and help me. And he could hear his dad. He said, that's my dad yelling. And I said, yes, it is your dad.
Was there a point after, we're going to go back for a second, okay? We're going to talk about that September incident, the first incident that took place, the one in the hotel. Okay, you know which one I'm talking about?
Yes.
Was there a point after that September incident that things changed for you in your ability to sleep?
Yes, I began having nightmares.
And who was the content, or what was the content of the nightmares you had after that September incident?
David was.
Meaning he's in the nightmares that you're having?
He's in my nightmares, yes.
Was there an effect on your ability to sleep after you started having those nightmares?
Yes, I couldn't sleep at night.
I want to come back to March 7th, okay?
Okay.
I think when we left, he had gone upstairs and you're there at the bottom of the stairs, okay?
Right.
I'm sorry to jar you back into it, but I want to make sure we finish this, okay?
Okay.
After he's gone up the stairs and you're there on the bottom of the stairs, what is it that you're thinking, and what do you want to do?
Well, I'm thinking that all I remember is that gun right in my face, and that I was terrified for my life at that point. And I was scared that he was going to hurt me. I was scared he's going to shoot me. And then I realized that I needed to get out of there, and I needed to get my phone so I could call 911 or get an Uber so I could leave and be safe. I didn't feel safe there anymore.
Well, why can't you just walk out the front door?
Well, because you have to go when you get out of the house, there's a road in between the house and the main road, and it's almost 2 miles long, and it's pitch black dark, and there's wild dogs that live there. There's loose dogs that live on the road. They live on a bunch of small little farms, and there's a lot of loose dogs running around.
Is that road that leaves out of your house, is that a well-lit road?
No, there's no street lights on it at all.
Why don't you just use your phone and call 911 right then?
Because he had my phone.
Did you think about maybe going to the neighbor's house and beating on their door?
I thought about it, but I don't know any of the neighbors. We had not lived there very long, and I only waved at one neighbor one time, that's all. And I didn't even know who'd be home.
What did you do after he went up to the upstairs? Where did you go?
Well, I stayed downstairs first trying to decide what I needed to do. And then I went into the closet and I got my gun. And I walked back out. And I stood on the stairs thinking of what I needed to do. How to get my phone out of the room.
Did you think that you could just maybe go to sleep there that night and wait for him to come down and everything would be fine?
No, that's what I was afraid of. I was afraid if I did go to sleep and then he regrouped. When he got up there, he would regroup. He'd usually get up there. He'd usually lay down for a little bit, is what he told me. And then he'd come back down after he regrouped and decided what he needed to do. I was scared he'd come back down and either shoot me or hurt me somehow.
So what did you do with your gun?
So then I went up the stairs and I was telling him, I'm coming up the stairs. I'm going to shoot the lock off if you don't open the door. Take my phone and just put it outside the door. Just take my phone and put it outside the door. I just kept repeating myself. And I told him that if he didn't, I was going to shoot the lock off the door.
Show you defendants 5 again, or 6. Chris, do you have that over there?
6.
Could you see inside the room and know where he was?
No, I could not.
Could you hear inside the room? In other words, was he responding to you and letting you know or giving you some general idea where he was?
He only answered yes to me one time when I asked him if he had my phone, and he said yes. The other times, he would not respond. And when he did answer, it sounded like he was back in the corner by the bed, like laying on the bed, deep in the room.
You're standing outside the door, and tell me how you're feeling and explain to them what's going through your mind and how your body feels and all that.
Well, what's going through my mind is that I want him to open the door so I can get my phone so I can leave. I just wanted to get out of there. I was frightened. I was terrified for my life, really, at this point. I just wanted to get out of there. And then he asked me, what else did you ask me? What else
I just
did you
wanted
ask
you to describe how you're feeling for them.
Okay.
That's okay.
And then I was feeling like I could hardly breathe at this point, and my hands were shaking so bad. They were just shaking uncontrollably, and my heart was about to pop out of my chest. I was so scared.
Did you intend to shoot Mr. Barron when you pulled that trigger?
No, I did not.
Were you afraid for your life when you pulled that trigger?
Yes, I was afraid for my life. I was terrified for my life at this point.
Now, after you pulled the trigger, what was the first thing that you noticed that there might be a problem?
When I heard a gasp, I heard a loud gasp, and so I banged on the door and called his name out, David, David, and he didn't answer me. So then I ran downstairs really quick, as fast as I could, and got the hammer from the toolbox, and then I ran up the stairs again, and then I banged a hole in the door so I could get in there, and I stuck my left hand in there and undid the lock.
Once you got inside, explain to these folks what you saw in there.
When I got inside, I pushed the door open, and he was laying there in front of the door. And he was laying face down, and his face was to the right, to his right. And I immediately checked for a pulse, and I didn't feel a pulse. So then I found my phone, and I called 911. And I was on the phone with 911, and while I was on the phone with them, there was a brown towel on the floor, and I got that towel and pushed it up against his wound in his chest to keep the blood from coming out. So I was putting all the pressure on that area, keep from coming out.
Why didn't you call 911 before you ran down the stairs and got the hammer?
Because my phone was in the room. I didn't have my phone.
Do you know how many times you tried to call 911?
A few times, maybe.
Okay. Did you also try to call somebody else?
Yes, after I called 911 and spoke with someone there, and then I was still tending to the wound on the side of his chest, I called my sister, Dana Gardner.
Did she answer?
No, she did not answer. I think I called her twice.
You're in the room now. You've called 911. Did you say you made contact with them?
Yes, I did. I called him once, and when I was cleaning up, I was putting the pressure on the wound. I dropped the phone.
Okay. What are you thinking at this time as you found him there? You know you've shot him.
Yeah, I know I shot him, and I was feeling hopelessness. I was feeling worthless. I felt like it was all my fault. I felt like everything was all my fault, everything from before and until that day.
So what happened?
So then I decided to get his gun, and I put it up under my chin. I was going to take my life, and then I put it up there, and I couldn't get it to stay under my chin. The gun I was shaking so bad, I couldn't get the gun to stay up under there. And I wanted to push it so bad, but I didn't have the courage to push the trigger. And so my gun just flipped out right there, and I shot the gun. And then I thought I would try it again and see if I could try to take my life, because I was at my wit's end at this point. I didn't know what to do. So I put the gun back up there again and tried to pull the trigger. And I kept pushing and pushing. And I just didn't have the courage to pull the trigger. So I just flipped the gun out again and took another shot. And then the gun got jammed when I was doing that. And I was trying to unjam the gun with the slider on the top part, and my tissue got stuck in there between my thumb and my forefinger. My tissue got stuck in there. So I'm trying to undo it. A lot of the bullets fell out of the gun. And so I decided to clean up the mess I made with all the bullets, because I didn't want anyone to know that I had tried to commit suicide, that I was thinking about taking my life for that. So I cleaned him up and I flushed him down the toilet.
Why didn't you just tell the investigators that that's what happened, that that's why the gun got shot?
Well, I wish I would have been brave enough to tell him, but I was scared to death that if I told what really happened, that David would be furious with me, and he'd hurt me worse when he found out what I did.
No, but you could tell him about the suicide. You could still tell him about the suicide, can't you?
Well, I was ashamed that I even thought about taking my life, especially like in front of my children. I wouldn't want my children to think that I would just abandon them like that. So I was ashamed to tell anybody what I did.
Approach the witness. Sorry.
Defendants 43 through 67.
Can you flip through these and see if you recognize those? 238 and 239.
Yes, I do.
You recognize those?
Yes, I do.
Do they fairly and accurately represent photos from the Bill Morgan class that you had that's related to the Facebook post the state put in?
Yes.
Moving to tender defendants 43 through 67.
No objection.
Admitted.
You remember the state putting in a photo of you and Mr. Bill Morgan?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And there was tell me what your recollection is of what your statement was on that Facebook post. You know, that they put in. There's something about shooting or.
Oh, yeah, about
the
the
evidence will be
marks,
what it is, but I can't put my hands on the exhibit right now.
about the marksmanship, about breathing before you take a shot,
Yeah.
right?
Was that a post that you made in relation to a class that he was giving?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what was your nature or what was your relationship to that class? What were you doing? What were you trying to accomplish?
What I was doing that night is I organized a shooting clinic for Bill Morgan and the ladies that were interested in learning how to shoot a gun.
Okay. I'm going to show you defendants 43. Okay. And if you can, go through and tell me if you know all these people and who was shooting that day and all that, if you
Okay.
can.
Yes, I know all these women, and they were all shooting that day.
Okay. Do you know their names who's this?
Her name's Becky, Glenda, Wanda, Mindy, Sheila, Cindy. That's Jan, and that's Becky. That's Kathleen and Celia.
Okay, and who's this?
That's Bill Morgan.
What was the point of this class? Why were they having this class?
I organized a class for women that they knew I had posted before about me taking a lesson before. And so they were ladies that were interested in learning how to use a gun. And Bill Morgan was the instructor, and so I wanted to get him some classes.
Okay. Are you in any of these photographs that we have here?
No, I'm not in any. I'm not.
Are you in any of the photographs shooting a gun?
No, I'm not. I didn't shoot that day. I just organized and took photos.
That statement in the state's exhibit about breathing and all that, how to breathe and do that, hit the bullseye, right? Is that the way that you pulled the trigger on March the 7th or 8th? Is that the way that you did it? This slow breath and calm and pulled the trigger?
No, it is not.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
I assume you're going to be well.
Yes, Judge.
We're going to take I apologize. Y'all want to take an early lunch or take a 10-minute break and come back for about an hour or so? No preference. All right, so let's take a 10, 15-minute break and we'll come back and get through some work, okay? Thank you. Thank y'all so much. We're going to take a 15-minute break, come back. Depending on the demeanor of the jury, we'll probably go to about 12:30 roughly. So we'll get back a little bit, maybe 11:40, and then go. And obviously, at an appropriate time, we'll break, whether that's 5 minutes before, 5 minutes after, and then I would assume we'll pick back up after lunch.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No, sir.
All right. Brief recess. Thank you.
Hi.
So David Barron, he's not here to testify, is he?
No, he's not.
And you told a whole bunch of stories about Mr. Barron, correct?
Yes, I told a lot of information, yes.
All about things that Mr. Barron has said and done to you, correct?
Yes,
And Mr. Barron's not here to be able to tell his side of the story, isn't that right?
right,
Because you killed him, correct?
yes.
And all those events that you talked about, was it always just you and Mr. Barron in the room or in the home when those events happened?
Yes.
So we've got you, and we've got Mr. Barron. Is there anyone else that could testify about all those acts of physical abuse that Mr. Barron allegedly committed against you other than Mr. Barron?
No, there's not.
I want to talk to you about some of the statements that you made throughout this case. First, I'm going to talk about the body cam. So you told Deputy Thomas that Mr. Barron shot at you, correct?
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
Well, I didn't know if he shot at me or not. I heard a loud noise up there, and I couldn't tell if it was a door slamming or a shot.
You tell him numerous times that Mr. Barron shot at you, correct?
Correct.
And not once to Deputy Thomas do you ever specify, I actually don't know if he shot at me, it could have been the door slam, to Deputy Thomas, correct?
I believe I did say a couple times that it could be the door shutting.
To Deputy Thomas in the body cam?
I'm not sure to who I said it to, but I said it to several people.
Then you told Deputy Thomas that Mr. Barron grabbed you by the neck and drug you up the stairs, correct?
Correct, yes, I did tell him that, I think. I can't remember.
At 3140, would it help refresh your recollection if I played the clip where you told Deputy Thomas that he grabbed me by the neck and dragged me up the stairs?
Yes, it
Would help? Okay. Gonna get as close to 3140 as possible.
I'm gonna ask you a couple more questions. What I can't understand.
I'm scared.
Just a little one. I could be fine.
The wrong way, the police pulled me over. I got put in jail. It's kicking in.
I'm gonna start it at 30:02.
And they put me on this, I had to sleep on cement all night. Well, I didn't lose my license. All because of this affair. That hate.
We put a little few stickers on you, okay?
You're alive.
You're taking him to the hospital right now, okay?
What is that? Be sad at me.
They don't transport if they don't have anything. So when he left, he was alive.
He was?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Still out.
Oh, baby.
Listen, you need to breathe, okay? You keep focusing on
No, I
keep
can't.
focusing on you.
I was trying to, I want to work
this on you, okay?
I don't know he's on. Oh my God. I love him. You don't understand. I love him. We bought this house together.
I'm gonna put this back on you, okay? Alright, can you sit still as possible for me so I can get accurate readings on you, okay? I'll make sure you're okay, alright? That's my job right now, make sure that you're okay.
He's the one.
Sure you don't subject to that.
He grabbed me by the neck and dragged me upstairs.
Just a little more.
Did you hear that, Miss Mericle?
Yes, I did.
He grabbed me by the neck and dragged me upstairs.
Yes, correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
Well, I was hysterical at the time, so yes,
So yes.
yes.
So just decided to make that up, that Mr. Barron grabbed you by the neck and dragged you up the stairs, even though that in fact did not happen?
I was hysterical. I don't even remember what I said.
Then later on, approximately a couple minutes later, do you remember telling the paramedic that he held you by your throat and tried to pull you up the stairs? Do you remember telling him that a couple minutes later?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So again, doubling down on Mr. Barron grabbing you by your throat and dragging you up the stairs, which is in fact false, correct?
Yes.
And then let's see. You also tell the paramedic 2 different times that Mr. Barron had been drinking too much alcohol that night. Do you remember talking to the paramedic about that?
I don't remember exactly, but
Do you remember stating I told him he was drinking too much and he got so mad at me?
no, I don't remember saying that.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection if I played a clip of the body cam?
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna hit play at 52:19.
Engineering probably. Port 15.
Oh, baby.
Bravo, you know 7. Do you want to use 7?
Oh, God. I told him he was drinking too much and he got so mad at me.
Did you hear that, Miss Mericle?
Yes, I did.
So was that you saying that I told him he was drinking too much and he got so mad at me?
Yes, I did say that.
Mr. Barron had in fact not been drinking alcohol that night, correct?
Correct.
So that was also a lie.
Well, he was drinking it during the day, but not at night.
So when you told I guess this is to the officers, when you told the deputies that one of the reasons that Mr. Barron got angry at you that night was because you told him he was drinking too much alcohol, that was in fact a lie.
No, I may have told him that because I thought he was, but he wasn't.
You thought he was drinking, but he wasn't?
No, he was drinking earlier in the daytime.
So he was mad at you earlier in the day as well then, it sounds like.
Yes.
So I thought that, isn't it correct that you had stated that the day was actually perfectly fine, correct?
Part of the day was, yes.
You guys went and got your provisional license, correct?
Right,
Went to Olive Garden for lunch, correct?
right.
You were watching a movie earlier in the night, correct?
Well, I was watching the movie. He was sleeping.
He was sleeping. So at some point, apparently, he was drinking too much and got mad at you for calling him out for it, sounds like?
During the afternoon.
Okay. You also talked about in this body cam, do you remember stating basically that Mr. Barron said that if you moved, you were talking about wanting to sell the lake house, that you and Mr. Barron were fighting about wanting to sell the lake house. Do you remember talking about that?
No, I do not.
Okay. Let's go to a little bit ahead. I'm going to hit play at 54:42.
I was just gonna forward, that I just couldn't deal with it. And you got so mad at me. I'm just told him if he wanted to be with her, he could. I told him I wasn't mad at him. I just tired. I didn't want to deal with it anymore. I just said if I started dating. We had a nice night. He got mad. I told him that I didn't want this house anymore. That he told me he didn't want the house. He said, "Do you want it?" I said, "Let's just sell it." And I told him, because he's been paying that woman in Romania money. And I just said, "You can pay the rent for the next 6 months. And let's just not see each other, talk to each other. And let's just..." And he said, "If I moved on, he would kill me."
So you told deputies that Mr. Barron told you that basically you wanted to sell the house, and he basically said, if you move on, that he's going to kill you, correct?
I couldn't understand what I was saying on there, but yeah, yes.
You want me to go back and
No, I just couldn't pick it up with my ear.
Sure, I can play it back. I'll go back 20 seconds. So I'm going to hit play again at 56:33.
Not see each other, talk to each other. Let's just... He said, "If I moved on, he would kill me." And he told me to...
Were you able to hear it that time?
Yes, I heard it.
Okay. Mr. Barron had actually been the one to try and break up with you a couple times, though. Isn't that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Do you remember when Investigator Mefford was testifying on direct last week? Do you remember that?
When he testified
Yes, correct.
yesterday?
Last week, so it would have been Friday.
Okay, yes.
Do you remember him reading some text messages between you and Mr. Barron?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to show you, oh goodness, I guess I need to figure out what exhibit number this is. Let's see if I can figure this out. This is text from January 13th. So I believe I'm gonna triple check. Yep, this is State's Exhibit 249. So this is text between you and Mr. Barron from January 13th, and you sent him, how many women are you texting? Why did you delete if there was nothing to see? I feel so unwanted by you. Is that correct?
Yes,
You said, I feel like I am not enough for you, correct?
yes,
And he says, wow, correct?
right, yes,
So then you send some more texts, talking about you're very sad. I thought I wanted everything for you, or I thought I was everything for you, correct? This is all you in the green.
yes, it is,
And then you say, what does Lilia have, Laura? If you want them, go find them, correct?
yes,
And then he asks if you're drinking, correct?
yes, he did.
And you say, no, I'm not enough for you, correct?
No, what?
I'm not enough for you?
Yes,
And then you keep responding, you keep texting, you keep texting. Then right here at 8:39 p.m., Mr. Barron says, okay, let's end this. You will never trust me no matter what I tell or say to you. There's nothing that can satisfy you, correct?
correct,
And then you respond, I feel all alone. I know you will never understand. I thought you loved me with all of your heart, but you don't. You care for Lilia, Laura, and I don't know who else. I am tired. I am not at my waterfront condo trying to figure out what to do, correct?
yes,
And he says, I don't care for anyone but you can't understand that, correct?
right,
And then he says, I will not come down this weekend and will hire an attorney on our house situation, correct?
correct,
And you say, please call me. You don't have to hire an attorney, correct?
correct,
So you're asking Mr. Barron not to hire an attorney because you don't want him to basically get out of this house situation with you, correct?
no, because we can handle it without an attorney.
Okay, so you are fine with breaking up. You just don't want an attorney to get involved.
Well, he never really said break up, we were just, it would be just like a short little break when he said, okay, I'm never gonna make you, you'll never trust me no matter what I tell or say. He didn't actually say he was breaking up, but it was just the beginning of it.
So he said, okay, let's end this.
Right,
You will never trust me no matter what I say, tell you or say. There's nothing that I can do to satisfy you.
right, that time we did, yes,
Okay, so this is him attempting to break up with you, correct?
yes,
So, I want to talk about, well, I guess first, also in Deputy Thomas's body cam, you talk about the DUI, correct? The DUI arrest.
yes,
And you told the deputy that you decided to drive home because you leave around 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning anyway, pretty much, correct?
correct,
And then at some point, you kind of switch that a little bit and you tell the deputy, well, he made me leave, correct?
correct,
And then later on in your interview with Investigator Mefford, you also talk about your DUI arrest, correct?
correct,
And you give him this like long elaborate story about how you guys got into a fight that night, correct?
correct,
And that Mr. Barron went up into the room and locked the door to go to sleep, correct?
I don't remember exactly, but
Sure. Would you like to listen to a clip of your interview? Would you like
no,
to
I
listen?
I remember what he said, but I just don't remember that vividly right now, that's what I mean.
Okay.
I remember I said it to him.
Let's see. Here's your interview. I'm going to go to about 38 minutes.
I leave between 3 and 4 anyway. So I got up, got dressed.
I was lucky. I'm going to go back about 20 seconds and I'm going to hit play at 38:31.
I went upstairs. He said I laid there for about 3 hours. I couldn't go to sleep, so I thought I was going to go on to St. Simon's because I usually get up I leave between 3 and 4 anyway. So I got up, got dressed, got all my stuff and put it in my car. And then I went upstairs and knocked. He had the door locked. I knocked on the door and I said I was leaving. And then I got the rest of my stuff and put in the car. So I walked back in and I was going to tell him goodbye. And he was sitting on the steps, on the second flight of steps. And he said, good, get out of here, or whatever. You know, he didn't try to talk me could stay, and so I left. And I had 3 major surgeries.
So, that's a story you told Investigator Mefford about the DUI, correct?
Yes,
And it's your testimony that, in fact, none of that is true, correct?
correct. I wasn't going to tell him anything that happened, that David did to me that night.
And you testified that what actually happened that night was he woke you up tapping your foot with his gun,
Yes,
and that he held your arms above your head, correct?
yes,
And that he lifted up your shirt, correct?
yes,
And he started, you said, slapping or beating your breasts.
yes,
Did you have any bruising from that event?
yes, I did.
Can you kind of explain to me what did the bruising look like?
Just big bruises over my breast.
Like big visible
I like
ones?
the pictures of my arm, but put those on my breast.
So those bruises we saw on your arm looks just like that, but on your breast?
No, similar to that.
Similar to that, okay.
They were black and blue.
So really visible bruising.
Visible bruising, yes.
Okay. Is there a reason why bruising wouldn't have been noted in your jail intake form from that night?
They didn't even undress me. All they did was bring me in there and push me in a cell, and they took off my shoes, that's it. They never questioned me about anything, or looked at my clothes, or did anything.
So if the jail intake form went through detailed list of how your body looked that night and said that there was no marks, scratches, or bruising on your body, that would be because they didn't look at your body?
They didn't look at my body.
Okay. So, moving on. You repeatedly told Investigator Mefford that you did not shoot Mr. Barron's gun, correct?
Correct,
But then your testimony was that you did shoot Mr. Barron's gun.
correct.
I want to ask you about what you told Investigator Mefford about this whole kitchen interaction when these live shell casings came out. Do you remember talking about that with Investigator Mefford?
Did you say kitchen?
When you were in the kitchen with Mr. Barron and he was having you play with his gun. Do you remember telling that
yes.
story?
Yes, I do remember that.
Was that whole entire story a complete lie?
It was not true. The story was not true, because I didn't want to let him know that I was ashamed to admit that I tried to take my life.
Because you were worried that your fingerprints might be found on his gun, correct?
No, that's not correct, because I was afraid my children would see that I tried to commit suicide.
So walk me through how making up that story about you playing with Mr. Barron's gun in the kitchen would be a cover for you attempting to commit suicide.
What do you mean? Say that again?
So the story that you made up to Investigator Mefford about you playing with Mr. Barron's gun in the kitchen was a lie, correct?
Yes.
Help me understand how that story was the story that you came up with to cover up your suicide attempt.
It's a story I came up with to cover up my suicide attempt.
Is that what that story was,
I
the purpose?
think my hand got jammed in the gun,
Correct.
and that was the reason I said that.
So all I'm asking is for you to help me understand where you got this story about playing with Mr. Barron's gun in the kitchen from.
I just made that up
Why?
because I got the gun jammed in my finger right here, and I didn't want to have to explain that I tried to commit suicide, and that's how it got jammed.
So the story you gave Investigator Mefford, actually, I'm just going to play it. I'm going to go to 44. We're going to start at 44:25.
That was another big fight. We keep getting in these fights because of this woman. And that's what we got a fight that night that I left. And then tonight, so we got a fight with about, and he went into the bedroom and got some stuff because he's going to sleep upstairs. And he got his gun out. And I said, why are you getting your gun out? And we went to the kitchen and he said, I just want it for protection. And I said, okay. And so he said, take the strap off the gun. So
Why did you specifically say that Mr. Barron told you to take the strap off the gun? Why did you add that part to your story?
I don't know.
It wasn't possibly because you were worried that your fingerprints might be on the strap or the button of the gun holster?
I said, I don't know why.
Just decided it would be important to throw in there that you unhooked the holster from the gun.
Well, I unhooked it when I tried to commit suicide.
Okay, we'll talk about that then. You unhooked the gun from the holster when you tried to commit suicide. That's what you're saying?
Right.
But you say multiple times to Investigator Mefford that, in fact, Mr. Barron's gun was laying right next to his body when you got into the bedroom, correct?
I don't know where his gun was laying.
Was it in the holster or was it not in the holster?
It was on the bed, I believe.
His gun.
Yes, in the holster.
So his gun, so now your testimony is that his gun was in the holster on the bed.
I can't really remember where his gun was. I was hysterical when I got up there.
Well, you would agree, you told Investigator Mefford numerous times that his gun was laying right next to his body when you got in the room, correct?
Correct.
And that you remember even pushing the gun to the side when you got into the room to check on Mr. Barron, correct?
Okay, correct.
But now your testimony is that his gun was actually in the holster on the bed when you got into the bedroom?
I really can't honestly remember where the gun was. I was hysterical when I got in there. I know it was either on the bed or on the floor.
Okay, so now we have no idea where the gun was when you got into the room.
I can't remember.
Okay. But so now going back to my original question of your statement was that you talked about taking the strap off of the gun because you had to take the strap off of the gun when you tried to commit suicide, correct?
Correct.
So that's why you threw that in there about the kitchen story?
I guess. I really don't remember.
So is it potentially because you were worried about your fingerprints being on the snap of the holster?
No, not really. That's not why I said that.
So why did you say that then?
I don't know why.
Okay. I'm gonna hit play again. I had paused it at 45:11. I'm gonna hit play.
He said, this is what you need to get on your gun, because I don't have a strap around my gun. And then he said, is this gun cheap? He said, put it in your hands and hold it, because, I mean, I got to take lessons. And he told me if that gun fits my hand. And then he took the gun in his hand, and he took his brief and took it on his shoulder. And then I asked him to come, don't go upstairs, just talk about it and try to not be mad at each other and just talk about it normal.
So why did you add in the part in that story about how the gun fit just nicely in your hand? What was the point in throwing that false detail into that story?
I don't remember why the reason was.
I'm going to skip ahead to 158. Am I at 150? Oh, I'm way off. Okay. Thank you. I'm going to hit play at 158:01.
Understand this one more time. I'm going to explain this again, okay? So he's up. Let's start with going up the stairs. Okay, start there.
So we're downstairs on the kitchen, by the kitchen. Okay, he has his gun. That's when he takes it out of the case and asks me if my hand, if my hand can go around his gun. He told me to take his cover off the gun, take it upstairs, so I did that. There was no gun, nothing got fired or anything. Okay, I pulled that thing he told me to pull it back.
Yes.
Okay, that's when 2 or 3 of them fell out on the floor.
Just stop pulling back.
So again, you specifically mentioned that you took the gun out of the holster, correct?
You're correct.
And that he told you to hold the gun, and then you explicitly talk about pulling the slide back to the gun, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And just to be clear, you could hear him talking to you through the door that night, correct?
I heard him say yes to me.
So it wasn't that you could not hear him on the other side of the door, correct?
I heard him say yes.
You also heard him make a noise when he was shot, correct?
Yes.
And why were you so, in this story, you're very specific with Investigator Mefford that you flushed those shell casings down the downstairs toilet in the master bedroom, correct?
Correct.
And you're very adamant about, I did not flush them upstairs, I only flushed them downstairs, correct?
Yes, I couldn't remember where I flushed them. I was hysterical at the time.
Okay, so that was just a mistake that you were being very adamant about where you flushed those bullets.
Yes.
Why? This story was basically because you didn't want to admit that you had tried to commit suicide, according to you, correct?
Correct.
So, how did you know to make up that you flushed the shell casings? Why throw that in there?
Because I didn't want them to know that the shellings were there, because I cleaned them up after I jammed the cuff on. After I jammed the gun, then the bullets fell out, and I wanted to hide the bullets from not being able to tell. That's why I had the gun in my hand.
And Investigator Mefford continuously asks you about those shell casings, correct?
Correct.
And repeatedly you tell him that you have never touched the shell casings, correct?
Correct.
Which is also a lie.
Correct. Yes, I just said that I didn't touch them because I didn't want to tell anything. I didn't want to say anything to him about what had happened.
But you did say that you flushed live rounds down the toilet in the master bedroom, correct?
Correct.
And so you didn't tell him that just in case they did find flushed shell casings in the septic line. That's your testimony? You didn't say that just in case they did find these casings?
I wasn't even thinking about what I flushed down the toilet, really and truly. I was just trying to flush them down to clean up after I tried to commit suicide, so no one would know that I had his gun trying to commit it. That's what I was trying to do.
It seems like every fight that you and Mr. Barron got in essentially revolved around Lilia, correct?
Say that again?
Every fight that you and Mr. Barron got in revolved around Lilia?
Not every fight, no.
Is that what you repeatedly tell people, that the only thing you fight about is Lilia?
Tell who?
Everyone that you've told about Lilia.
No, I don't tell them that.
How many people do you think that you've told about Lilia?
About Lilia?
Could you name them off for me, all the people that you've told?
My sister, Dana Gardner.
Okay.
My sister, Leslie Fenoy.
Okay.
My girlfriend, Jenny Hall.
Okay.
Beth Barron, Evan Barron, and I think that's all.
How about Jessica?
Jessica. Maybe Jessica. I don't remember telling Jessica about it.
How about Judy and Mike? Your friends Judy and Mike?
Oh, David told them about it.
So you've talked to Judy and Mike about it?
David did.
David told them?
Yes, they confronted David. I talked to him first, and they confronted David when he came over.
So you talked to Judy and Mike first?
They were with me the night I called Evan.
So you told Judy and Mike first then?
They heard me. They overheard my conversation.
Okay, so you told Judy and Mike first then?
Yeah, they overheard the conversation while I was talking to Evan.
Okay.
And then when David came over later on, they confronted David about it.
Because they found out from you? Correct.
They found out because they overheard the conversation when I was talking to Evan.
You also told your son McLean, correct?
I'm not sure I told him exactly about Lilia or not. I just told him he was going to have to move out because we were having problems.
In the times that you and Mr. Barron got in fights about Lilia, David would basically separate himself from you, correct?
No, not correct. Not always.
Okay, well, let's talk about it. So December 28th is the first night you found out about Lilia, correct?
I found out that she was texting him, yes.
And that night he left and went to a hotel, correct?
Exactly, yes.
And you disagree with Evan's testimony that you pointed the gun at Mr. Barron that night, correct?
Correct.
But Evan's testimony was that you called him frantic, saying that you pointed the gun at Mr. Barron, correct?
I did not have a gun with me that night. I flew to Atlanta that weekend, and you can't take a firearm with you.
Okay, and Mr. Barron was yelling because he wanted to get his keys so that he could leave, correct?
The keys were on the bathroom counter.
And you had locked yourself in the bathroom.
I locked myself in the bathroom in the commode. There's a separate part of commode area, and that's why I locked myself. But the keys were right out there. He was right there beside him. I kept telling him the keys were right there, and he wouldn't listen.
So he's yelling for his keys because he wants to leave to go to a hotel, but his keys are sitting right there?
His keys are right there on the vanity, yes.
And then January 4th, you get into another fight about Lilia, correct?
Yes.
And David, again, leaves and goes to a hotel, correct?
Well, no, that's the night. He didn't know I found out about her that night. That's the night he threw my purse out the window of my car, and then I had his stuff, and he didn't come pick it up. I left his stuff at Seagate Inn for him to pick up, and he didn't pick it up, so I took it with me in my car. And then I found out that I read through his briefcase. I was looking through a satchel bag, and I saw where he was sending family. It said family support on the letters to the money for Lilia. But he didn't know I found out that night.
So that's the night, January 4th is the night where you went through his briefcase, correct?
I went through his, the satchel bag. Yes, I got it out. But he was already at a hotel.
And
got in a fight earlier.
So he was already at the hotel?
Right, because I told him he couldn't stay with me that night.
So he left and went to a hotel? That was my original question.
I told him he couldn't stay with me, so that he had no choice but to leave.
Okay, so he left that time too. Then on February 1st, this is the St. Simon's incident.
Yes.
He was also trying to leave the condo in St. Simon's, correct?
I asked him again to leave because he slapped me.
So all of these are because you were asking him to leave, apparently.
Well, he didn't have a place to stay, so he had to go find a hotel.
So he's trying to leave, correct?
Not trying to leave, he left.
He's trying to get in to get his belongings so that he can leave that night, correct?
I already put his belongings outside the door.
Well, earlier you testified that you said that you were going to go up and get his stuff, but then he followed you up, and then he was trying to push his way into the condo to get his things.
I was putting the stuff out the door, and he comes in the door. I was putting the stuff out the front door, and he comes up to it, and that's when he pushes me backwards.
So when the police came, all of his stuff should be outside the door?
It was right there by the door. It was right there by the kitchen door.
Inside or outside?
Part of it was outside, and part of it was inside.
So again, on body cam that we have, some of his stuff should be waiting outside for him.
No, it wasn't waiting out there for him. I'd put it right by the kitchen door, so it was still inside.
Okay, so it was still inside,
well,
correct?
Because he came up there and banged the door open, that's why.
Okay, so I'm just confused because 2 seconds ago you testified that all of his stuff was already outside and the reason that you wouldn't let him in was because he was trying to come in anyway.
No, all of his stuff was not outside.
Well, then you said some of his stuff was outside and some of his stuff was inside.
Some of it was inside by the kitchen and some was by the door.
But all of it was inside of the condo.
It was inside, right.
Okay, so he could not leave until he was able to get inside the condo to get his belongings, correct?
Right, and I was trying to get him out to the door for him.
Okay. February 16th, that's the night you get arrested for DUI, correct?
Yes.
And he has locked himself up in the guest bedroom, correct?
Yes.
And March 7th, get in a fight about Lilia again, correct? March 7th. And he has locked himself up in the guest bedroom, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to talk to you about your phone. So your testimony was that the reason that you attempted to shoot the lock off the doors because you wanted to get your phone, correct?
Correct.
Because he had your phone, correct?
Yes, he did have my phone.
And he had, at this point, told you that he had your phone, correct?
Yes.
Is this before or after he forced you to perform oral sex on him?
This is after. Well, he had my phone in the beginning.
Okay.
He had my phone in the beginning. Remember when I asked for where my phone was?
Mhm.
And he told me I wasn't getting my phone and no one was going anywhere tonight.
So he gets his satchel, correct?
Yes.
And his gun, correct?
He already had his gun in his hand.
Already had his gun in his hand. And then presumably he already had your phone in his hand as well, correct?
He had my phone. I don't know where he had it in his pocket or in the briefcase, but he had my phone. I didn't see my phone.
And then all of a sudden he puts those things down and forces you to perform oral sex on him, correct?
No, he didn't have them before that.
Okay, so when did he get the satchel?
After he pushed me backwards and told me not to close my eyes tonight,
Okay.
that's when he got his satchel and everything else. But he already had the phone. I guess it was in his pocket.
Did you notice the phone in his pocket when you were forced to take his pants off?
No, I didn't.
So he pushes you back, grabs the satchel. You said he's already got his gun
Right.
and presumably already has your phone, correct?
Right. He already had my phone in the beginning before any of this even happened.
And then he tells you not to go to sleep tonight, correct?
Correct.
And you walk up, or he walks up the stairs and locks himself in the guest bedroom, correct?
After he did everything to me, yes.
And so you go and get your gun.
Yes.
From where?
From the closet.
And you walk back towards the stairs, correct?
Correct.
And then I think you testified that you kind of sat at the bottom of the stairs for a little bit to think about what you were going to do, correct?
Contemplating, yes, what I was going to do.
And you didn't want to walk out the front door because of the wild dogs.
I didn't want to walk out the front door because I'd have to go down that road. That was pitch black dark.
With the wild dogs.
Dogs.
Okay. And there's at least 3 or 4 neighbors, like, within a 2-second walk from your house, correct?
A little bit longer, yeah. There's 1, 2, 4 neighbors around my house.
Because you live in a cul-de-sac.
Correct.
Or the house was in a cul-de-sac.
Right.
And you didn't think that the best idea would be to go knock on one of their doors and get help, correct?
Well, it's 1 o'clock in the morning, and I didn't know who was there and who was not there. It was pitch black dark out.
Didn't want to try?
I didn't know anybody, and it was it just didn't seem like the right thing to do, to knock on someone's door at 1 o'clock in the morning.
But the right thing to do was to take your firearm and try and shoot the lock off of a bedroom door, correct?
Well, I was hysterical at the time, so I couldn't even think of what to do. To tell you the truth, I was terrified for my life.
Well, you thought enough to sit down at the bottom of the stairs and decide you didn't want to face the wild dogs, correct?
I didn't sit down at the bottom of the stairs. I stood up and just thought about it. It took maybe 30 seconds, maybe at the most 30 seconds I was down there.
Okay, I apologize. I thought that on direct you would testify that you sat at the bottom of the stairs and thought about what to do.
When I sat, today I said that?
Correct.
Oh, I didn't mean to say sat. I just
Okay.
meant like stood there.
Stood there. So you stand there and you think that the most reasonable thing to do is to take your firearm, go up the stairs and fire at a locked door where somebody else is on the other side of it.
No, I didn't think like that. I thought that, number one, I didn't know any of the neighbors, so I wasn't going to go just walk up to their door. And then number two, I thought that I could hit the lock on the door, and that would get my gun back. Get my phone back. That's all I wanted was my phone back. I would have thought that he'd take my phone and put it out there.
You ever fired a gun at a lock successfully before?
No, I've never have.
You know if that's even possible to fire your gun at a door to unlock it?
You can fire, I think, at a gun. I don't know, but you can fire at a locked door.
If you were firing a gun at a door lock so that you can unlock it, you walked up pretty close to the door, didn't you?
I was about a foot away.
And the tip of your gun was about 6 inches away, correct?
I'm not sure.
And And your game plan was to shoot the lock off the door, correct?
Correct.
Presumably, standing behind that door is Mr. Barron with his gun, correct?
I don't know where he was.
Well, you know he had gone into the bedroom and locked the door,
Right,
correct?
but I didn't know if he was standing behind the door with his gun.
You know he's in the bedroom.
Right, I know he's in the bedroom.
Okay, so you're shooting the lock off of a bedroom door where presumably Mr. Barron is in that bedroom with a firearm, correct?
Correct.
He has just assaulted you physically, correct?
Correct.
He has just forced you to commit oral sex sodomy on him, essentially, correct?
Correct.
So he has kicked you down onto the ground, correct?
He's what?
Kicked your legs so that you would fall down to the ground, correct?
Right on my knees.
On your knees, grabbed you by the hair, correct?
Correct.
Held a gun to your head, correct?
Correct. Correct.
And forced you to perform oral sex on him, correct?
Right.
And then threatened to
But I already
basically...
performed oral sex before he got the gun out. Because I did the oral sex, then he got the gun out.
So he
I
never
started
had the
crying.
gun when you were performing oral sex on him?
He had the gun in his hand the whole time. He never put it down once he got it out of the drawer. Once he got it out of the dresser, he never put it down.
So where was the gun when you were being forced to perform oral sex on
It
him?
was in his hand.
So he did have the gun out when you were being forced
Oh,
to...
I'm sorry. Yes, I didn't understand what you were saying.
Okay.
Yes, okay.
So he had the gun in his hand.
But you said he put it up to my face before that. He did that afterwards.
So did he just have the gun down by his side while you were
No,
forced?
he did not.
Where was the gun when you were being forced to perform oral
He had
sex?
the gun in his hand.
But where was it being pointed?
It was just standing, it was no one, it wasn't being pointed at anybody at that point.
Okay.
He didn't
Just-
point it at me till he stuck it to my lips.
And then afterwards, he points the gun to your lips
Yes,
and tells you basically, I'm going to blow your brains out tonight if you...
exactly. Yes,
Okay. And then he's essentially threatened to kill you.
yes,
And then he's gone up with that gun that he's just pointed in your mouth, at your mouth, correct?
yes,
And locked himself in the bedroom door.
yes,
And about, you said 30 seconds later, you follow him up the stairs, correct?
no, I went and got my gun.
Okay.
Then I came out, and then I stood there about 30 seconds trying to figure out what to do.
So how much time do you think had passed?
Probably about, I don't know, a minute, maybe a minute,
So
minute and a half, maybe.
maybe a minute to a minute and a half at most, since he has pointed a firearm at you, forced you to commit sodomy, and threatened to kill you, correct?
Say that again.
Only between a minute and a half had passed since all those things happened, and you're upstairs with your firearm.
Yes.
Correct. And your game plan is to shoot the lock off of the door, correct?
Yes,
Get inside of the bedroom, correct?
yes.
What was your game plan from there?
Well, all I wanted was my gun. I mean, my cell phone. That's all I wanted was my phone. And so I was trying to think of a way to get my phone. If he would have just put it outside the door, I wouldn't have had to do anything.
And you testified that before you went up the stairs, you were terrified for your life, correct?
Correct.
You thought that if you stayed in that house, Mr. Barron was going to kill you that night.
Yes, I was terrified for my life.
But you were not too terrified to fire a gun at a locked door where Mr. Barron's standing behind it with a loaded gun, correct?
Well, my choices were very few. I needed my phone to get out of there so I could call 911 or an Uber. I didn't have transportation to leave because his car was the only one working. And I didn't want to walk down that dark road, in 2 miles. And I didn't want to go to a neighbor's house because I didn't know any of them. So I thought, number one, I thought that when I walked up there that he would put my phone out the door. That's what I was hoping he would do. And
So-
at this time I was hysterical.
So presumably, while being in fear for your life, correct?
Yes,
Your safest option between walking out of the house and shooting the lock off of a door where an armed individual is behind it Plan B was your safest option, correct?
Plan B was what?
Your safest option.
It was an option, yes.
Was it your safest option?
Yes, it was safest for me, yes, to go through that, yes.
And so presumably, if you successfully shut the lock off the door, your thought process was Mr. Barron's going to hand you over the phone and let you stand there while you call an Uber for help?
No, I was going to get the phone.
Where were you going to go when you got the phone?
I was going to call 911 and get out of there.
Where were you going to go when you got out of there?
I was going to wait for 911 to come
Where were you going to wait?
outside the front door.
Where the wild dogs are?
No, the dogs aren't there. The dog's down the road that you have to go down to. When you get out of the house, you have to go down this road, and that's the road you have to go down to get to the main road. Is that the street without the lights on it and the dogs.
So presumably, Mr. Barron was going to be calm enough to allow you to stand on the front porch and wait for an Uber or for 911 to come, correct?
No, hopefully he wouldn't come down the stairs. He's the one that left and went up the stairs.
You're right. He is the one who left and went up the stairs, correct?
Right. He went up the stairs after he did what he needed to do to me. And then I'm hysterical downstairs after he did that to me.
So, moving on. You are a dentist, correct?
Yes.
And you're required to be certified in life-saving measures, correct?
Correct.
How often do you get that certification?
Once every 3 years. Every 2 years.
Every 2 years.
Yes,
So
every 2 years.
you get certified in life-saving measures every 2 years.
In CPR, I get certified.
Didn't attempt to perform CPR on Mr. Barron, though, correct?
No, he didn't have a pulse.
So didn't even try.
I didn't have a pulse.
So that's when we just give up, throw our hands up, and call it a day for Mr. Barron's life?
No, I just didn't. He didn't have a pulse, and I called 911.
What you did do was get a towel and start wiping up the blood off of the floor, correct?
Well, I was holding it up to his chest to put pressure on it. And then after I slipped in the blood a few times, I wiped it up, yes.
With that white towel that we saw that was covered in blood?
Well, the brown one and the white one, there were 2 towels,
Correct.
yes.
So you were concerned about wiping the blood up off of the floor, correct? Because you slipped in it.
Because I slipped in it.
But you were not concerned at all about attempting to perform CPR on Mr. Barron, even though you are certified in life-saving measures, correct?
Well, I tried to turn him over, and I couldn't get him to push over. I couldn't get him to turn, but there was no pulse. I checked the neck, and I checked his ankle, and there was no pulse at either place.
So did you just assume he was dead at that point?
I wasn't sure.
If
I
you
was
were,
hysterical, and I couldn't even remember what I did, to be honest with you.
if you weren't sure that he was dead or not, why not try and perform CPR to try and save his life?
I told you I tried to turn him over, and I couldn't get him over. He's 235 pounds.
You left your car with Mr. Barron when you drove back to St. Simon's on March 3rd of 2025, correct?
Yes.
And at that time, your car was working perfectly fine, correct?
No, it wasn't. The interlock device was messing up on us. That's why I didn't drive it.
You didn't text Mr. Barron, or Mr. Barron didn't text you telling you that the car was working perfectly fine on March 3rd, 2025?
What day's March 3rd?
That would be, I don't know what day of the week it is. Monday? It's a Monday.
Okay, on Monday, the car was working fine. And then Tuesday, it wasn't working fine when I left. That's why I didn't drive the car home. Because we were having trouble with it blowing in the machine. So he told me he'd keep the car for me. And Monday, he used it and went to work. But then Tuesday, I think it was Tuesday morning, it could have been Monday morning, he got up and the car wouldn't start.
So the car wouldn't start when you were going to leave, but then it magically started before you had gotten home?
No, I didn't say it wouldn't start then. When I left the weekend, when I left on Sunday, the car wouldn't start.
This is 270. This is 270. You did, I want to see. Well, what number was yours? It's easier because I have it right here.
Okay, that's fine.
What, is the state tendering that?
I was going to, but I know that defense, well, yes, Judge. I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 270. Do you recognize who's texting in that?
Yes.
Is that you and Mr. Barron?
Yeah, that's the day I was leaving.
Okay,
And at first it wouldn't start, but then he got it running.
okay. Judge, I move to tender states 270 into evidence.
No objection, 270.
Admitted.
So, Mr. Willis is correct that he had admitted, I can't remember what exhibit number his was, but he had admitted text from this date as well yesterday. And I just wanted to pull it up again. So this is states 270. What we saw yesterday was this text from you and Green saying, "I'm getting on the causeway," correct?
Correct.
And then that was at 3:45. Mr. Barron replies first with a photo, and then at 3:51 says the car is running fine, correct?
Yes.
So you hadn't even made it home yet, but Mr. Barron's telling you the car's running fine.
Yeah, he was blowing in it, and he could blow in it better than I could. I could not make the car. When I would blow in it, it would not start. But when he blew in it, that's why he kept it. That's why I drove home in his car.
Because you actually respond to Mr. Barron, you say, "I gave you the card that with the guy's name on it. Can you call him or send me the number?" And I'll call him. It's like a violation was made. I wonder if they know that is you breathing, correct?
Right.
So Mr. Barron is breathing into the intoxilizer that you're supposed to be breathing into to drive your vehicle, correct?
Well, I haven't got my provisional license yet, so I went in and got the interlock device early. So I didn't have the provisional license, so my attorney said that he could drive the car until I get my license.
But you were driving Mr. Barron's car.
Right, that I could drive it because I didn't have my provisional license yet.
Okay.
Why don't we break now? It's now 12:35. We'll continue with testimony at 1:45. 1:45, please. Thank you. Please do not discuss the case with anyone. Do not perform any research. Thank you. Y'all can sit, stand. Anything from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense? We'll resume at 1:45. Thank you. I'm good. Thank you. All right, let's have the witness take the stand, bring the jury back.
Oh, I don't have that microphone.
Welcome back. Thank you.
My microphone's not. I'm getting somebody.
All right, welcome back. We're going to fix a technology issue real quick and go from there.
We're getting a different courtroom coming through.
Not sure how that's even possible, but
We've got another.
sure, please. Thank you. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2.
Yes.
Thank you for your assistance.
May I continue, Judge?
Please.
Okay. Ms. Mericle, I want to talk to you. We talked a little bit about it before the break, but I wanted to talk to you again about where the gun was in the room, the bedroom, when you entered the bedroom, okay?
Yes.
So, I want to,
Volume again. Chris, we'll get it, Judge. We'll get it.
Remember, we got
No worries. Thank you.
50.
I put the volume down.
50. All right, if you can't hear, let us know.
Okay.
That's what it was at last time.
we good to go?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to play for you a clip of your interview. Right now we're at 209:58. Is that right? 209:58? Okay. I'm going to hit play.
To the door to give me my phone because it was on the floor. But then his gun was right there.
Right where?
It's right, like when I walked in, his gun was like right by his leg.
Mm-hmm.
And the holder, the gun holder was right there.
Mm-hmm. Where?
On the floor. It was on the floor. It was on the floor. Everything was on the floor.
Okay.
And then I came in, and he was just laying there.
What'd you move? What'd you touch?
I touched everything. Probably. I mean, I know I did. I started screaming, and I just moved like all over, and then I went to him.
So did you hear where you said that his gun was right there on the floor, correct?
Yes.
And that the holder was also right there on the floor, correct?
Yes.
Next to his leg, I think you said.
Yes.
So, is that where the gun was when you got into the room?
Honestly, I can't remember. I thought it was on the bed, but according to this, it's not. It's on the floor.
So you don't remember at this point where the gun was when you got into the room?
No, I can't remember.
I'm going to hit play. Do you remember telling Investigator Mefford that you, when you were touching everything, you even reached into Mr. Barron's back pocket and touched his cell phone?
Yes.
Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Why'd you reach into his back pocket and touch his cell phone?
I was looking for my phone.
But you had just stated that your phone was sitting right there on the floor next to his gun.
Before I found it, as soon as I checked his pulse, I went straight to the back and checked for his phone, and I saw his phone, and then I saw my phone.
Okay, so you said that you saw your phone sitting there first, but really what happened was you didn't see your phone sitting there first, and you checked his pocket for your phone, correct?
Right.
And then you realized your phone's sitting on the floor.
Right.
Okay. Do you remember telling Investigator Mefford that you saw your phone and the gun sitting on the ground and that you think you even slid the gun away from Mr. Barron's body?
I don't remember it exactly, but I heard it on the tape.
Do you remember if that's true or false?
I can't remember.
Okay. When you were explaining about this fake kitchen incident where you're playing with Mr. Barron's gun in the kitchen, the incident I'm talking about,
Yes.
do you remember explicitly telling Investigator Mefford that you touched the trigger because Mr. Barron wanted to see if your finger would reach the trigger? Do you remember saying that to Investigator Mefford?
Yes.
You would agree that throwing that little fake fact in there about Mr. Barron wanting for you to touch the trigger of his gun is kind of a random fact to throw into a fake story, correct?
Well, it had happened before. I had tried on his gun before.
So why explicitly tell Investigator Mefford that your finger touched the trigger of Mr. Barron's gun that night?
I don't know.
You don't know why you told him that specifically?
No, I don't. Mm-mm.
Do you remember getting a psychological evaluation?
Yes, I do.
And do you remember telling that doctor that both you and Mr. Barron were drinking that night and that both of you stopped around 10:30 p.m.?
I don't remember telling her that, but I'm sure I did tell her that.
That's also a lie, correct?
No, it wasn't a lie.
Well, I thought you stated earlier on cross-examination that Mr. Barron wasn't drinking that night, but maybe he was drinking earlier in the day.
He was drinking something. I didn't know if he was drinking alcohol or what he was drinking at the night.
Well, you told the psychological evaluator that he was drinking Jack Daniels and then beer, correct?
He was drinking beer that day. He had beer at Olive Garden, and then he mixed himself a drink when we got home. That's all I know.
And you told her that he was drinking until 10:30 p.m., correct?
I thought he was drinking then.
Why did you think that?
Because he had something to drink beside him, and he never drinks anything. He doesn't drink water. He doesn't drink things like that.
So you told Deputy Thomas that Mr. Barron was drinking alcohol that night, correct?
Yes.
And you told Investigator Mefford that Mr. Barron was drinking alcohol that night, correct?
Yes.
And you told the psychological evaluator that Mr. Barron was drinking alcohol that night, correct?
Yes, I thought he was.
And at no point do you ever tell them, I saw him drinking something and I'm not sure what it was, might have been alcohol. You just explicitly told them he's drinking Jack Daniels and beer, correct?
I told him he was drinking. I didn't say what he was drinking all night.
And you more explicitly say not only that he's drinking, but that he got angry because you got mad at him for drinking too much alcohol, correct?
At lunch.
But that's not what, I know that's what you're saying now. That's not what you told any of those three people, correct?
Correct.
You testified that the physical abuse with Mr. Barron started in about September of 2024, correct?
Correct.
And prior to that, maybe some verbal and emotional abuse, correct?
And some pushing, yes.
I guess, would verbal abuse examples of that be like cursing at you?
Calling me names, yes.
Calling you names, any cursing?
Yes,
Yes?
I said yes.
And I would imagine that if he's being verbally and emotionally abusive to you in person, he's also sending you some aggressive text messages, correct?
No, he did not.
No? So he's only verbally abusive to you in person?
He didn't want anyone to know about anything that was going on. That's why we never discussed it. Even after an incident would happen, it never got discussed again.
Even between the two of you?
Even between the two of us, we would rarely ever bring something up that happened, except once in a while.
So to him, you acted like absolutely nothing was wrong for what reason?
I was scared of him.
And he just had the self-control to be completely and totally normal to you over text, but then horribly verbally abusive to you in person?
Yes.
Okay. So, can you think of one single example of a time where this victim, Mr. Barron, ever said something mean or abusive to you over text?
Not that I can think of right now.
And you would agree, like, you both had passwords on your phone, correct?
Right.
And you wouldn't just go around showing everyone your personal text messages between you and Mr. Barron, correct?
No.
And presumably Mr. Barron wasn't going around showing everyone his personal text between the two of you, correct?
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
So you would agree that it's one thing not to tell other people about physical abuse, but no one's reading the text between you and Mr. Barron other than you and Mr. Barron, correct?
He told me he didn't want anything written down. That's why I put that one note in there about what happened the night of the DUI. It wasn't true. And it's because he said he didn't want anything written down.
So you wrote down a lie about the DUI?
No, I didn't write down a lie. I just wrote down the details. I just left out information.
So you didn't write down a lie, so then what you wrote down about the DUI in your notes is the truth?
Well, I told the truth. I just didn't give the absolute all specific details.
Let's pull up that note then. So this is states 199.0. I'm going to go down to the note that you wrote about the DUI. Zoom in a little bit. So you would agree that the majority of this note doesn't even have anything to do with Mr. Barron, correct?
Correct.
That the majority of it is talking about your interaction with law enforcement that night, correct?
Yes.
So the only part that's about Mr. Barron is this first paragraph up here where you write, I remember I realized I was going the wrong way. I was pulling over to the right. I had a few drinks earlier, about 6:30. I think my last one was maybe 12 o'clock. I took my medication, then you list out your medication, around 2. We've been watching a movie and I was headed to bed. We've gotten in an argument and I decided I couldn't sleep, so I would get up and leave and head back home because I had a lot of work to do at my office. I left at 4, but I decided to leave around 3. That is really the only mention of like what could have possibly gone on between you and Mr. Barron, correct?
Yes.
And if you need time to sit here and read it, let me know. But the rest of this looks like this is all about, again, your interaction with law enforcement.
Yeah, scroll to the end of it.
Keep going. This is the end of that one.
Yeah, that's the note. I wasn't talking about that note.
So, talking about this note, I'm a little confused. So you're saying that you wrote this note because Mr. Barron told you, I don't want anything about us to be written down in writing, so you'd go to your notes and write down an untrue statement about Mr. Barron and your interactions with law enforcement for what reason?
What statement did I write about him in here?
That you guys got into a fight and that you went in bed or you're watching a movie and that you got into an argument and that you decided you couldn't sleep and so you would just get up and leave to go back to your office to do some work.
No, some of it's right.
So which part of that is correct?
Got into
which
a fight.
You got into a fight. It's the only true part.
No, and I took my medicine.
Okay.
And I got up to leave when I remember feeling disoriented. I didn't have that much alcohol. All that's the truth.
So why write all the rest of this stuff about your interactions with law enforcement if the only reason you wrote this note was apparently to not document physical abuse between you and Mr. Barron?
It was to document what happened the night of the DUI
Okay, so the purpose of this note is to document what happened the night of the DUI?
between me and the officers.
Okay. For what reason?
So I could have it just to make sure I knew what was going on that day.
But you just, the beginning part lied about? Correct?
Let me see the beginning again.
Starting at, I remember, ending at leave around 3.
Oh, that's true. The first part's true. The medicine's true. And when I first went to bed, I thought about getting up early. I was going to leave early. I saw that was right. I was going to leave. I said, go home, but then he came in the bedroom. He came back from downstairs and came in the bedroom.
So you just left that part out of the note then?
Yes, I did.
Okay. There's another note that you write about the night of the DUI. You write, add, in all caps, nap in times of event, first drink, last drink medicine, Saturday. Do you remember making this note?
Yes.
Was this note not so that you could help remember what happened that day when you spoke with your DUI attorney?
Yeah, that was to help me too.
To help you remember what happened the night of the DUI?
Correct.
But the most important part about having been, only reason you were in the car was because you were brutally beaten, he attempted to sodomize you, and then you fled with nothing but a t-shirt on. That part you decided would not be an important fact to share or remember for your DUI case, correct?
I could remember that without writing it down.
So instead you chose to write down just that you went to bed or you couldn't go to sleep, so you got up and left.
Yes.
Okay. So I want to show you some exhibits. States 253 through 263. If you could take a look at these. Is 253 text messages between you and David?
Yes, they are.
Okay, what about 254?
I'm sorry. Okay. Yes.
What about 255?
Yes.
How about 256?
Yes.
And 257?
Yes.
And 258?
Yes.
And 259?
Yes.
260?
Yes.
261?
Yes.
And 262?
Yes.
And 263?
Yes.
Judge, at this time I move to admit states 253 through 263 into evidence.
Can I see those?
These are the ones you have copied.
Are those the ones you handed me?
Yes. Yes.
No objection to 253 to 263.
Admitted.
I'm going to show you first states 253. You write to David, do you know how happy you make me, right? And this is on October 15 of 2024?
Right. It's right before we closed on our house.
And you said, do you know how happy you make me?
Yes.
And he said, same. Yes.
Yes.
And on October 15, 2024, how many times had he already beaten, raped, or pointed a gun at you?
Repeat that again.
As of October 15th of 2024, how many times had he beaten, raped, or attempted to rape, or pointed a gun at you?
I think twice.
Okay. States 254. I'm sorry, this is actually states 255. This is on October 27th. I wish I had my butt snuggled up to you, you said, right?
Right,
And then he said, I know, same.
right.
And then you said, this weekend was fantastic, but it went by so very fast, correct?
Correct.
Did he beat, rape, strangle you, choke you, anything like that? In between states, between the 15th and the 27th that you can remember?
No, he did not. That's why it was such a good weekend. We had a good time together. No fighting or no nothing.
And then on states 254, this is also on the 27th, you wrote, I already miss your sweet smile. Where's my mouse? There we go. You wrote, I already miss your sweet smile, and you sent that text twice, correct?
Correct.
And then states 256 is going to be from October 29th, so a couple days later. He wrote, I'm so in love with you on 10/26 on the 29th, correct?
Yes.
And then you wrote, you make me feel like the most important woman on this earth. You are everything I could want in a man. You are my heart, right?
Right.
And then he wrote, you are most important, correct?
Correct.
And again, how many times had he beaten, raped, strangled you, or physically abused you at this point?
I think twice.
Okay.
But I was in love with him.
And then on November 7th, this is going to be states 257, he wrote, I found my woman, correct?
Correct.
You wrote, I love being your woman. I found my man. Your smile, your voice, and your touch all make me melt, right?
Correct.
And then if I could get my mouse back over there. He wrote, love it, right?
Right.
So you mentioned that the physical abuse really escalated in December, right?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you states 258. This is from December 2nd, 2024. You wrote, miss you too. Hope you have a great day. I love you so very much. And then you wrote, you are the man of my dreams and now my life, correct?
Correct.
Had he been brutally, physically abusive to you at this point?
No.
No?
At what point? At this point?
Up in, yeah, because now we're in December, so. You said
Twice.
still only twice?
Yes.
I thought you said that the physical abuse really escalated in December.
Yeah, December. This is December 2nd.
This is December 4th.
Okay, it was at the end of December.
Okay. One more from December 4th. You wrote, I wish I could love on you right now, correct? This is
Correct.
states 259, I apologize.
Correct.
And then he wrote, I agree, and then you wrote, baby, you work so hard, you are the best man in the world, correct?
Correct.
And then states 260 is, states 260 is from December 9th. He wrote, I love also, and you wrote, I wish I was snuggled next to you. You make me feel you make me feel safe and loved. Correct. How many times had he been physically, verbally, or emotionally abusive to you at this point?
Probably about 2.
But he makes you feel so safe and loved?
Yes, I was in love with him.
But he makes you feel safe?
At that point, I did.
So now we're in January, so we've gone completely through December. We're in January, this is January 8th, this is states 261. You wrote, we deal, communicate differently. I need to talk issues through. I see you as one who wishes for all to go away. Good to both compromise. I unfortunately need constant assurance of your respect, love, and caring for me. That probably drives you crazy, correct?
Correct.
And then he wrote, doesn't drive me crazy, correct?
Correct.
So here you didn't say, we deal and communicate differently, I need to talk issues through, and you need to beat and rape me, correct?
Correct.
You're talking about your issues with David, but you didn't feel the need to bring up that he's beaten you, attempted to rape you, strangled you, pointed a gun at
No,
you?
I wasn't going to bring it up on those texts. We talked about it sometimes, but usually we just let it go. Usually it was just forgotten. Once it happened, it was gone. It was forgotten.
Are you good at letting things go with David?
Sometimes I am.
How about other times?
When I'm in love with him and it jeopardizes my love, if he'd leave me or not because I said anything, no.
Did you find that he would do little things that would frustrate you?
No.
You never felt the need to text him about all these things that would do, or something that he would do that would annoy you or upset you?
No, I don't believe so. We text so many times.
And then lastly, I want to show you States 263, which is February 16th. So February 15th is the night that David woke you up by tapping your foot with a gun, correct?
Yes.
And then attempted to anally sodomize you, correct?
Correct.
And then slapped your breast to the point of pretty extensive bruising, correct?
Correct.
And then on the afternoon of the 17th, you wrote, "Thank you for keeping me calm and wanting to help me. I feel safe and loved by you."
Correct.
Did all those things that he did to you make you feel safe and loved?
After it happened, after I got the DUI, I was upset when I got back home, and he was very calming to me and told me we were going to work it out together, not to worry.
Okay. I'm now going to, so earlier on direct, you mentioned that on the night of the DUI, you and David fought about the mortgage, correct?
Correct.
You also mentioned that David was trying to force you to allow him to put only his name on the deed to the house, correct?
Correct.
And that he was basically trying to force you to put down a lot more money than him in the house, correct?
Correct.
So I'm going to show you, it's been marked as States 271 through 275. If you could take a look at these. Is States 271 text between you and David?
Yes.
How about 272?
Yes.
How about 273?
Yes.
How about 274?
Yes.
And 275?
Yes.
Judge, at this time I move to admit States 271 to 275 into evidence.
No objection to 271 through 275.
Admitted.
I gotta use this for these, because I don't have these on my computer. Thank you. Oh, sorry, it's off. Okay. Ooh. Sorry about that. So this is States 271. I'm going to zoom in just a bit. At the top, this is you, and it says,
Would you use the table microphone?
oh, yes, I'm sorry. Or I'll use this one. Is this okay? Can you hear me?
Much better, thank you.
This is you, and it says, let's seriously look at a house on the lake. Are you supposed to buy with Evan, or would it be just you and me, correct?
Correct.
And then he wrote, let me zoom out. Just me and you, he was just helping, correct?
Correct.
And then you say both of your sons are awesome.
Correct.
And then in 272, you ask David, this is on July 28th of 2024, would we buy together, both of our names on it, or do you want to have another thought, correct?
Let me see.
Sorry.
Or do you have another thought? Yes.
And then David replies and says, we can buy together. I want us to share everything, correct?
Correct.
And then in states 273, you ask him, you say, you make me so happy. When you speak to Chris, your banker, please ask him if it's easier for him to put only your name on the loan, correct?
Correct.
And then in states 274, now we're in August, you write, where will we live, correct?
Correct.
And David says, house there and or lake house here, correct?
Correct.
And you say, understand, we will buy together, both, correct?
Correct.
And then David replies, I'm open either way, if you buy there and I buy here, correct?
Correct.
And you say, I would prefer we buy together. I want to live at the lake and retire there, correct?
Correct.
And he says, certainly can do. Or can certainly do, sorry. Can certainly do.
Yes.
And then lastly, states 275, David texts you, Chris said to move forward with the wire. Total for Suzanne is $142,500. David, $100,000. Correct?
Correct.
So you only put down basically $42,500 more than David, correct?
Correct.
So when you said that you put down $200,000, he put down $100,000, that was also incorrect.
I thought I did put down $200,000.
So you, again, put down less than $50,000 more than David.
Correct.
And in none of those texts, you would agree, David is trying to force you to allow him to only have his name on the house, correct?
Not in the text. That was in July when we talked about the name on the loan, not the house. That's the loan, and we're talking about the deed to the house.
And because David only talked about mean things, not over text, correct?
No, that's not correct.
So is there going to be text messages where David's trying to force you to allow him to put his name on the deed?
Well, that's not a mean text. That's just what he wanted to do.
And are there going to be texts that show that?
I don't think so. You just think of it to the very end. We didn't talk about that until like right before we closed.
And all of a sudden he just had a change of heart, it sounds like.
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Yes, he almost ended up not wanting to buy the house, so yes.
So I want to show you some other texts. I'm showing you states 264 through 269. If you could thumb through these. States 264 text between you and David?
Yes.
How about 265?
Yes.
266?
Yes.
267?
Yes.
268?
Yes.
And 269?
Okay.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, this time I move to admit states 264 through 269 into evidence.
No objection, 264 through 269.
Admitted.
Judge, could I have is it on?
You want the laptop?
Yes, please. I apologize, Judge. This is states 264. States 264 is on October 28th, 2024. Let's see. You say at 9 a.m., please enjoy your grandchildren trick-or-treating. I know they will be adorable. Do you remember this conversation?
I remember reading it now, yes, vaguely.
Who is Meg?
Who's Meg? Meg is his daughter-in-law's sister.
You got really jealous about something he did with Meg, correct?
I was what?
Jealous.
I wouldn't say jealous.
No?
I was upset.
Upset. Because he told her that he mentioned that she had pretty hair, correct?
Well, yes, that, and they were hanging around each other at the birthday party the whole time.
And it was a birthday party for Evan's twins, correct?
Correct, yes.
In September.
Correct.
And Meg so Evan again is David's son, correct?
Right.
And Evan is married to Brittany, correct?
Right, is his sister-in-law.
And Meg is Brittany's sister-in-law.
No, Evan's sister-in-law.
So Colt is married to Allie, correct?
Correct.
And so Meg is married to presumably Brittany's brother.
No, she's not married to anyone.
So
She's divorced.
Okay, so who is Meg in this? Meg is Evan's sister-in-law.
Evan's sister-in-law, right.
Okay, so Evan's sister-in-law is at the birthday party for his twins, correct?
Correct.
With the whole family, correct?
Correct.
And he mentioned that Meg had pretty hair.
Correct.
Okay, so you say do not say anything to Evan about this, correct?
Right.
What are you talking about?
Oh, about saying about the pretty hair.
Okay, so you didn't want for David, you're telling David over text that you don't want him to tell Evan something, correct?
Correct.
He responds, I love you, correct?
Correct.
And then you say, I love you. Please be respectful of me before you comment or reach out / hug another woman, as I will respect you with other men, correct?
Correct.
We're talking about his son's sister-in-law, correct?
Correct.
And then you send a screenshot. We can't see what that is, but he responds, will do, correct?
Correct.
Then you say, please understand, I do trust you. Sometimes people misinterpret comments and gesture, correct?
Correct.
Then he says, sorry, I missed call, was an elevator, I tried you back, and you say, sorry, I missed your call, correct?
Correct.
So now y'all are kind of playing phone tag a little bit.
Yes.
And then you say, hey there, sorry I missed your call, Judy, Mike, and I are at the lodge, correct?
Correct.
He just says, pardon, tell them hello for me, and then you say, excusez-moi in French, correct?
Yes.
Then there's some more conversations. He says, LOL, then he says, you are my love, right?
Right.
And then he says, you are special. I would never thought I would live with someone before marriage. I am very happy to do this, correct?
Correct.
And you say, I love you so much, correct?
Correct.
And he says, love you, my lady, correct?
Yes.
And then you say, what are you doing? He says, watching World Series, correct?
Correct.
And you say, we're back at Judy and Mike's, just having a normal conversation, right?
Right.
And then you say, I miss you. He says, oh, good, I miss you, correct?
Correct.
Then all of a sudden, that same night at 9:42, you send him a text saying, I am worried about you going trick-or-treating with Meg being there. I do not trust her. I hate that I have to even think about this. It is obvious you are attracted to her and her to you. Please let me know if you prefer her. I have been through this. It has made me sick all day thinking about it. Men are visual. You are apparently attracted to her. If you want her, go after her. I do not have hair like that, and I am older. Correct?
Correct.
And he responds, baby, please don't worry. I will not go there if you wish. There is no attraction on my end, correct?
Correct.
And David did not go trick-or-treating with his grandkids in October of 2024, correct?
I'm not sure.
You don't know if he ended up going trick-or-treating?
No, I don't know.
Moving on to States 265. This is on November 20th of 2024. This is November 20th at 10 p.m. He says, I do desire you, babe, correct?
Yes.
And you say, I'm not sure. We never text sexually like we used to. We are not married, correct?
Correct.
And then you say, I think you need some young pussy with pretty hair, correct?
Correct.
Are you referring to Meg? With the pretty hair
referring
comment?
to someone with pretty hair.
Are you referring back to your Meg argument when he said that she had pretty hair?
I'm referring back to anybody that has pretty hair.
Okay. How many times has he raped you or sodomized you at this point?
November 20th, twice.
Okay. Then you say not interested in mine anymore, barely wanted it this past weekend after not having for 10 days. And he says, I only need you, correct?
Right,
Then he says, I'm gonna hug you now to stop this, correct?
correct,
And then he says, we were texting sexually because we were only seeing each other occasionally. Now we are seeing each other almost weekly, correct?
correct,
And you say, that does not mean it needs to stop. It keeps things alive between us. I should have refused to live with you until I received a ring. Commitment on your part. I am an idiot, correct?
correct,
Then you say, never mind, you do not get it, right?
correct,
Then he says, stop tonight, right?
correct,
You say, I will, do not worry, you have no right answer, good night, correct?
correct,
He says, what a night out drinking can do, correct?
correct,
You say, I did not have but one drink, thank you. You had so much to drink Saturday night, you could not even stay awake, could not stay awake. This is how I feel, sorry. You tell me to stop, and then you discuss drinking. At least I don't flirt with other men like you do, correct? Those are all from you?
correct,
Then you text again. This all started because I wanted you, but you don't, so don't worry about it. I know I've been through enough to know when I am wanted and when I am not. I will be fine. I'll get over it. I always do. Go after what you really desire. Pretty hair girl, correct?
correct,
And your testimony is that you are not continuously referring to Meg with the pretty girl comment or pretty hair comment.
I said on that one text I wasn't.
Okay, what about this one?
Yes, it was just anybody with pretty hair.
Okay.
That was just kind of a running joke with us about the pretty hair dress.
Does it sound like,
Again,
are you joking
No,
there?
I'm not joking about it, but he
Okay.
was.
Then he says, I do not flirt with anyone, correct?
Correct,
And then you say, Meg, question mark?
right.
So we are talking about Meg.
I'm asking about Meg on this text right here.
And this is 1 month after, actually, this is more than 1 month after the time where he told Meg that she had pretty hair, correct?
Yes,
So then you say, you and her had something between you two. Go find out. I will not stand in the way. I would never have done that to you. It is obvious you have a thing for her, correct?
correct,
This is so crazy, it's hard to believe, is what Mr. Barron responds, correct?
correct,
And you say touching her hair, correct?
correct,
And then he says, so far from the truth, correct?
correct.
So I thought that Mr. Barron didn't want for you to put in writing any disagreements that the two of you had.
Anything with anything that he's done to me.
Oh, okay,
He's
so
harmed me in any way.
are these rules like written down somewhere?
Well, no, there's actually two rules.
Okay, what are the two rules?
One is not to say anything about anything that we do.
Okay,
If he touches me, another one that he's a good man.
so his first rule is not to say anything about anything you do, and the second is that he's a good man.
Right.
And so this conversation would not fall under one of those two rules.
He didn't do anything to me physically,
But he did touch another girl's hair and say that her hair was pretty.
and that's okay.
Okay,
But he didn't do anything to me physically.
so you're allowed to yell at him about this, you're just not allowed to yell at him about other things, is what you're saying, correct?
I didn't yell at him about this. This was just in a text.
Okay. So then you say, I was humiliated in front of her. She knows what she is doing. She followed you around like a puppy dog, correct?
Correct.
And then he said, I will go to funeral over the weekend. What's he talking about there?
I have no idea.
Okay. Then you say, don't come here, correct?
Correct.
Oops. And then you said, you're such a baby. Then you say, you hurt me and will not be held accountable. Then you say, I will not see you for a while, correct?
Correct.
Then say, shows you don't want me, take Meg with you, correct?
Correct.
Thanksgiving, you two can enjoy each other, correct?
Correct.
I am done.
Correct.
Moving on to States 266. This is from December 5th. You sent him a message, correct, or I'm sorry, an address, correct?
Correct.
He says, let me make sure for last names, correct? Then you say, baby, I have left you 2 messages, correct?
Correct.
And then you say, do not manipulate me and make this my fault. I am so happy as can be, called you 2 and 3 times, left you a few messages. I'm almost an I'm almost an hour ago. We specifically discussed the tree, and I asked you to wait for me, but you do not respect me. You went ahead and did it anyway. Why do you need me? You are so good by yourself. Then you hang up on me. You are so immature. Is this an argument where he put up Christmas tree decorations without you?
No, it's a tree that he was working on,
Okay,
that he finished, that he started decorating it.
we'll keep reading. So then you say, never mind, you need a young woman that has no brain, correct?
Correct.
Then you text again, this is our first Christmas together and it should be special. I only wanted to decorate the tree with you. I wanted us to have a fire room, put on some music and just relax and have fun together. We obviously want different things. I love you so much. I need us to be on the same page, not against each other. This is my last time getting married and being deeply involved with someone. I need to be happy and rewarding for both of us, correct?
Correct.
So do you think that you are, in fact, arguing, or you're angry with him because he put up decorations on a Christmas tree?
Well, yeah, because the weekend before, I wanted to decorate it. He wanted to be there for it.
Okay.
So, yes.
So is this one of the things that you are allowed to get angry at him for in writing?
He didn't touch me physically or sexually.
Okay. So then you say, please call me. I do not want to fall asleep upset, correct?
Correct.
Then you text again saying, please call me so we can work this out, but I have to get up in the morning and go to Jacksonville and go to the doctor to have my hearing test again. Never mind, you do not care about me or my feelings, correct?
Correct.
Please call me, right?
Yes.
I am sorry. I want us to be so different than what I have had. Maybe I am not ready. I seem to get hurt so easily and I'm so sensitive, correct?
Correct.
Then again, you text, please call me and let's talk this out. I miss you. I want to be with you. I was excited about decorating the tree with you, and I know you didn't mean to hurt my feelings, but it did. Please show me the things I want to do with you and be special. I want our life to be different than whatever. You've had a good life. You have had good people. I'm not that person for you. Maybe this is your kind way of telling me to go away. I can't believe you hung up on me. You act like you did nothing. I'm an idiot. Again, I'm sorry, you deserve better, correct?
Correct.
And then you say, I will stay away from you.
Correct.
And then again, you text him, I was upset earlier. I wanted to decorate the tree with you, but I love you, and I want to work this out. I don't want to go to sleep like this, correct?
Correct.
Then you text again, please, let's make this right, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Barron has not replied to you at all,
No.
correct?
Correct.
And then you send a picture. We can't really see who's in that photograph. But then you text again saying, David, I am sorry. Please call me. Correct?
Correct.
My heart is breaking. Please reach out to me. Correct?
Correct.
Then you say these will be delivered tomorrow and send a screenshot of something, couple things. Now we're on the next morning. Mr. Barron never replied to you, correct?
Correct.
Called you any mean names, correct?
Right. Did he call me on the phone, though?
And he hung up on you, correct?
Right. Did he call me back, though?
I don't know. You tell me.
I can't remember, but I think he may have called me back,
Okay.
but I'm not sure.
But you kept saying, please call me, please call me, please call me. So do you think he did call you if you were continuously asking for him to call you?
I'm not sure.
So in the morning, you text him, good morning. I am sorry. I am totally overwhelmed and stressed out right now at office. We are working so hard trying to get everyone in, of course, at last minute for their insurance. Yesterday, I had 2 people yell at me, my office patients. I talked to the guy helping me with my practice, and he gave me bad news, but it will out. Trying to furnish and finish the condo, furnish the house, and get Christmas presents. I'm totally, completely overwhelmed. Trying to squeeze my ear appointments in Jacksonville is so hard. So sometimes little things to you are big things to me and important to me. During this time, I'm looking forward to the little things. I do love you, correct?
Correct.
Moving on to States 267. This is from December 15th. You say, did you fall asleep on me, correct?
Yes.
And David said, I love to feel you squirting, correct?
Yes.
Then he said, no, I'm awake putting things up around the kitchen, correct?
Correct.
And this is at 11:58 p.m., right?
Yes.
So then you reply and say, never mind, I cannot seem to keep you interested in me, finish the kitchen, correct?
Correct.
And he says, I'm very interested, but I thought you were going to sleep. After trying to find your daughter's present, I started to rewrap the two presents, correct?
Correct.
And then you say, we are in the middle of a conversation and you leave. You will never understand my heart, my soul, or my thoughts, correct?
Correct, because we were in a conversation and then he ignored me before these. This is before
And then he didn't
these
reply.
texts.
So then he said, I left when you closed the conversation, correct?
Correct.
And then you said, how did I close the conversation? My last comment was, yes, I would be writing your whole hard cock squirting all over us. That is not closing the conversation. Where do you get this stuff? How did I close the conversation? Oh, that's the same text that you edited a couple seconds later, correct?
Correct.
How many times had Mr. Barron raped you or sodomized you at this point? We're in December 16th.
Twice.
Okay. So then he says, good night, correct?
Correct.
And you say, I am calling you. How did I end the conversation, correct?
Correct.
Then you send 2 more texts. I didn't close the conversation. You lost interest in the conversation. What is wrong? You said you would be squirting. I wrote, yes, I would be writing your hard cock squirting all over us. How is that ending the conversation? You make up so many things. You said earlier, I need to tell my psychologist, were you making fun of me? I am wasting my energy and my heart is going to be hurt in the long run. I do not believe anything will happen except my heart will be broken, correct?
Correct.
And then he says, not at all, correct?
Correct.
And then you say, I called you and you will not pick up. Don't call me, correct?
Correct.
And he says, what are you saying?
Correct.
And then you said, I'm an idiot. How did I end the conversation? David, answer me. Correct?
Correct.
Then you said, we were in the middle of having a sex conversation just like we were the other night, and you tell me you're watching the country music. Tonight you go clean up. I do not turn you on any longer. I guess you are tired of me. Correct?
Correct.
Then he says, where is this coming from? Correct?
Correct.
You say, from when you never answered me after I said I would be writing you your hard cock, and then you left the conversation. I did not end it, correct?
Correct.
And he says, I am totally lost with this.
Correct.
And then he says, can't believe what started this, correct?
Correct.
Then you say, we are in the middle of texting each other and having a good conversation, and then you never comment again for 20 minutes. You left me hanging, correct?
Correct.
So presumably this entire argument is because he left you hanging for 20 minutes?
No, there's more to it before this, yes.
Okay. We are and then this is the same text that it's a different text. We were in the middle of a conversation and you just got up and walk away for 20 minutes. You don't answer me. You will never understand me and I will never understand you. Please, I will be fine. I always am, correct?
Correct.
So again, you reference that he did not reply to you for 20 minutes, correct?
Correct.
Good night is what you say. Correct?
Correct.
And he says, what did I tell you I was doing? Good night. Correct?
Correct.
You say, you're right, it is all me. Correct?
Correct.
He says, where did I say it was all you? Show me. Correct?
Correct.
And then you send him something from the internet that you're referencing, and then that's the end of the conversation that night, and he texts good morning the following day, correct?
He did what?
He just texts you the following morning, good morning.
Yes.
States 268 is from January 24th. So at this point, you know about Lilia, correct? Because we're into January of 2025.
Yes, I do.
So you say, please call me after you eat. Can I ask you a question? How would it make you feel if you never saw me again? Correct?
Correct.
He says, very lonely. Correct?
Correct.
You say, well, your decision to not call and tell me what's going on tells me that you are prepared to be lonely without me. If you love me and want to work this out, you need to come see me. I deserve face-to-face with you. Correct?
Correct.
And then he says, good night.
Correct.
And then he says, I miss you. Now we're into January 25th. Correct?
Correct.
And then you don't reply, and on the 26th, you send him a text at 9:59 p.m. and say, "We have got to talk when my son lives there. We have to settle this. Where is our relationship headed? I really care for you. We need to go through this so we can start planning our life. I have been at my office all weekend to get the numbers so I can sell my practice to move to the lake to be together. My condo is being shown in the AM. I have my place at Seagate until January 30th. Please answer and talk to me if you want to work this out," correct?
Correct.
And then you say, "Please call me,"
Yes.
on the 26th. And then now we're in the 27th. You say, "What is so sad is that only God knows how much I've cried for you to save our relationship," correct?
Correct.
And then you reply to his, "I miss you," and you say, "Why? I don't understand. I could have understood what you were doing. You did not trust me. I wanted to be your safe place. I wanted to be your wife. I am too old for this. I don't even know what to do forever. I honestly thought you were my forever. I'm so stupid. I believed in you. I loved you. Please call me and just let me go. I have to hear you say those words to me. I will never bother you again. I wanted us to be together forever," correct?
Correct.
And then you text him again on January 27th, "I wish I could fall asleep, miss you," correct?
Correct.
Then you say, "Please call me, I love and miss you, I want to work this out, please be honest with me and tell me what is going on so we're both on the same page. If I need to keep a secret with you, then I will, but we can't keep secrets from each other," correct?
Correct.
And then you say, "I miss the man who used to make me feel like I was his world. What happened to us? I truly don't understand," correct?
Correct.
And then he sends you pictures of a bunch of boxes, it looks like, correct?
Correct.
And then he says, "Many boxes," right?
Yes.
And then he says, "McLean should stay here with me to save money until we decide to sell our house or buy out." And is McLean your son?
Yes, he is.
And was he living with David in the lake house at this time?
He was staying there for about a month.
Okay. And you didn't have any concerns about your son living with the man who beat, raped, and pointed guns at you and strangled you?
Well, he didn't do all that before this. He only did part of that.
So we're into January. We're almost to the end of January at this point.
Okay, yeah, so in December he did the gun. He didn't point it at me, he just beat the door with it. So he hadn't pointed a gun at me at this point.
He had at least raped or sodomized you at least twice, you said, at this point, correct?
Yes, he did.
Okay, had he strangled you at this point? Ever?
Yes,
Had he physically assaulted you at this point?
yes,
Okay. And then you say, "McLean will be moving out this week. Please do not contact me again," correct?
correct,
You said, "I have explained to McLean what you did, and the best thing for you to do is stay away from him. I don't want him to be around someone like you," correct?
correct.
And you're talking about Lilia when you said, "I explained to McLean what you did," correct?
I'm not sure. I don't think I told him about Lilia.
Did you? Well, what else would you have told McLean that David did other than Lilia?
About maybe not trying to work it out with me or something.
Okay. Then you said, "You're a coward in so many ways. Stay away from my children and do not contact me again. I will be there tomorrow to pick up my things. I have a truck coming with me," correct?
Correct.
Y'all need me at this point?
No, Your Honor.
All right, see you back at
That states 199P, which is a timeline of events from Ms. Miracle's phone from January 28th through January 29th.
Not Q, correct?
No, P.
Okay. No further objection to P.
admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry. I think I have a video playing in the background. Sorry. I did not- Can you take the screen off, Judge? Okay. I got it, sorry. Okay. We're good now. I apologize.
It's all right.
You can put it back up now.
I told them they need to have a button right there.
I apologize, Jen.
All right.
My fault. So this is.
Hold on. Let me catch up with you. We're good?
It's minimized. We're good. Sorry, Your Honor. So this is States 199P. So this is a report. You were here when Lieutenant London was testifying, correct?
Yes,
And you heard him testifying about Cellbrite reports that can be run of certain date ranges or certain things, correct?
yes,
So what I'm showing you is States 199P, which is a Cellbrite report of all the activity on your phone starting January 28th, 2025, going through all the way, I'll show you to the bottom. PM on January 29th, 2025, 10:57:50 or 46. Okay.
okay,
So what I'm going to do is you sent the text at 3:24:06 on January 28th to David that was meant to go to Jen, correct?
yes, except I did not tell the truth about that. I did not go to the hospital
Okay.
that morning,
Okay,
so I did not go to the hospital, so I'm sorry.
So we're not going to see an actual text from Jen asking to take you to the hospital, correct?
No, you're not.
And you were actually at the,
No, that day was for a procedure, right? So no, I didn't go to the hospital,
and so you were actually at the gun range?
right,
Okay.
that night.
Okay. But David was concerned because he thought you had been in the hospital all day vomiting up blood, correct?
Correct.
And let's see if I can, let me just pull that back up. I'm pulling back up States 268. And I'm gonna scroll back down to where we left off. Oh, this is where we left off. So, this is where we left off. So basically, this text to David is a lie
Yes, it is.
because you wanted him to basically feel sorry for you, correct?
Correct, I did.
And so, you text him saying, I have way too much going on to make decisions. I was supposed to go Friday to Gainesville for an interview at 3 offices, but I had to postpone, correct?
Correct,
And then you say, please do what you need to do. I'm in so much pain. I want the house, correct?
correct,
You say, and then this is an edited text, and then you just added, my dreams have become my wealth and the best part of my life, correct?
correct.
So then David replies and says, I did not know any of your physical problems. How can I or your children help you, correct?
Correct,
I will wait for us to discuss, correct?
correct,
So now David's offering to help because he's so worried about you because he believes you've been in the hospital vomiting up blood, correct?
correct,
And then he says, can I come down to help you, correct?
correct,
And you say, I just woke up, so now we're in January 30th at 7 a.m. I appreciate the offer, but you do not love me. You do not miss me. You do not want me anymore. I am good alone. I have done it many times over the years. I do not want anyone to know right now. I have told you too much. Thank you, though, correct?
correct,
And you told David not to tell McLean that you were in the ER because you didn't want McLean to worry because you weren't actually in the ER, correct?
correct,
And then he says, but you need help, correct?
correct,
You say, I am good. I have to get up because the team are stuck in Brunswick because of an accident and I need to go let patients in, correct?
correct,
Then he talks about how he's leaving for a doctor's appointment, correct?
correct,
And then there's something that's deleted there. And then you say, I hope it went well, right?
right,
So now he
Correct.
starts talking about his doctor's appointment and you're asking him questions about that. And then he asks, is McLean okay, correct?
correct,
And then you say he's in Atlanta for an interview, then headed to DC soon, correct?
correct,
And then you say, I tried to go to my office, left, and went home and fell asleep. I am very sleepy, correct?
Correct.
And he said, got it, I'm sure sleepy, right?
Correct.
Then you say, I wish you were here, watch TV and relax, take care of me, would be nice, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And then you say, I called Uber Eats for lunch, correct?
Correct.
I feel very sore, scared, alone, and sad, correct?
Correct.
And he says, I asked you about coming to you, correct?
Correct.
And you say, I would like that. I see now that I do need someone to help me some, correct?
Correct.
And he says, since I'm not home or packed, I would have to do that. I could leave early tomorrow morning, correct?
Correct.
You said, I would love to see you. Understand, I would love to see you.
Correct.
So at this point, you've essentially manipulated David into worrying about you to get him to come visit you in St. Simon's, correct?
Yes, I want him to feel sorry for me.
So then he says, I could leave around 5, 6 in the morning, correct?
Correct.
And then you heart that message and say thank you, correct?
Correct.
And then he says, sleep and rest tonight, right?
Correct. Yes.
And you say, I will, you too. Let me know when you leave. What time are you thinking of leaving? Can you bring my Glock and my Ruger that is in the black duffel bag? Thank you. Drive safe, correct?
Correct.
And he says, 5 to 6, I will bring gun, correct?
Correct.
And food to cook, right?
Correct.
You said, sounds good. I do not have your Jack Daniels ginger ale. Are you happy to be coming? Correct?
Correct.
And he says, I will bring, absolutely happy, right?
Correct.
So worried about you, correct?
Correct.
And then you say, do you love me, right?
Yes.
He says, you know I do, correct?
Correct.
And then you say, forever, correct?
Correct.
And then David goes to St. Simon's, correct?
Yes, he does.
And this is the weekend that police are called because you get into an argument about Lilia, correct?
Yes, correct.
And the only reason David is even in St. Simon's this weekend is to take care of you because he believed that you had been in the hospital vomiting up blood, correct?
Well, he believed I was sick, yes.
Which was in fact a lie, correct?
Right.
Lastly, I'm going to show you States 269, which is texts from February 2nd. So this is the day after the police come to the St. Simon's, for the St. Simon's incident, correct?
Correct.
269.
Was the last one 268?
Yes. Yes. And so this is on February 2nd at 11:28 a.m. David says, hope your head is okay. Just let me know you are okay, correct?
Correct.
So I thought there was a rule about not talking or putting down into writing when there's been physical abuse.
There is, but the police were involved in this, so it wasn't a secret.
So is that like an addendum to the 2 rules? That if the police get involved, then you are allowed to talk about it in writing?
Is that a what?
Like an addendum, like we're going to add, a little exception to the
He's
2
the one that
rules.
he's the one that brought it up, so yes.
And the police were involved, but you never told the police that David kicked you in the head, correct?
Correct.
So technically, the police have absolutely no idea that there's been any physical abuse, correct?
Correct.
And nobody was arrested that night, correct?
Correct.
And the police had indicated that there was no really aggressor and that it was an accident and there was no physical abuse involved from that night, correct?
Correct.
But David broke his own rule to ask how your head was doing and to make sure that you were okay?
Right, because there was nothing involved.
What do you mean there was nothing involved?
There was just that the police who were involved. It wasn't a secret. It was just not me and him.
But the physical abuse was apparently still a secret, correct?
Yes,
So why is he allowed to text you about it right here?
because he thinks I hurt my head when I fell backwards.
Is that how you hurt your head, from when you fell backwards?
I'm not sure if it's from that or when he kicked me in the head.
And if it's from when he kicked you in the head, then he's breaking one of his own rules by texting you about it,
Yes,
correct?
he is.
Okay. So then your response, stop, I have nothing to say to you, correct?
Correct.
And then you say, the EM came back and took me to the hospital and I had to spend the night for observation. You should be ashamed of yourself, correct?
Correct.
And we've already established that this is also another lie, correct?
Correct.
And you did not actually go to the hospital.
Correct.
Did you say this because you also wanted David to feel bad for you?
Yes.
Then he says, you should be ashamed of how you reacted. It was you who acted so terribly to have some persons call the police, correct?
Correct.
And then you say, I fell and hit my head and they heard me yell. I talked to them today, which was also a lie, correct?
Correct.
Then you say, I fell and hit my head. They heard me yell. I talked to them today. You did nothing. I held the door. You pushed and I fell. That's all. I think you need to go find Lilia and be with her. I hired a private eye and he told me that she has 8 men sending her money and you are number 9. It's a scam, correct?
Correct.
You say, I can't believe I was so stupid to believe that you loved me. I fell so in love with you. You only care about me, correct?
Correct.
Then you say on April 1st, April Fool's Day, I will make the decision to sell or buy the house. I have a good friend of mine and he wants to go in with me on the house, correct?
Correct.
You say, I mean nothing to you. I am good. I will move in with him and he will figure it out. He loves the place and wants to take care of me, correct?
Correct.
He is meeting me there this weekend, correct?
Correct.
And you send that text at 12:26 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Now, this man actually did not exist, correct?
There was a friend of mine that wanted to buy the house, but not to live with me, though.
And was he actually going to meet you there that weekend to discuss?
We talked about going that weekend. It was Mike.
And so was he going to meet you there that weekend? Does he love you and want to take care of you?
No, he does not.
Because he's married, correct?
No, he's not married.
Oh, he's dating Judy.
Judy, yes.
Judy, yes, okay. So that part was a lie.
Right, it was.
To try and make David jealous, correct?
Correct.
And then he says he will not come into my house, correct?
Correct.
He doesn't say if you move on or sell the house or move in with this man, I'm going to kill you, correct?
No, that was not until the Charlie English thing came up.
So, okay, so here he didn't mind if you moved on with another man, correct?
He knew I wasn't moving on.
Okay. Then he said you were so drunk you could not even talk, correct?
Correct.
He said he is and he will. You were having an affair with Lilia. You made your choice and I'm going to make mine. The police officers came here today and talked to me and told me I should have had you arrested. You were sitting over there so drunk and they understand why I was so upset. You say that, correct?
Correct.
And that's also a lie.
Correct.
Police never came back and talked to you, correct?
No, they did not.
He said he is coming this weekend and he will stay at the house and you can go to Romania and stay with your whatever she is. I am moving on and this is a guy that has been attracted to me and I'm going to be with him. Good luck to you and Lilia, correct?
Correct.
And you're talking about your friend Mike who's dating your friend Judy? This
Yes.
person who's coming to see you this weekend?
Yes.
So he is in fact not going to be moving in with you and has been attracted to you for a while, correct?
No, he has not.
And then he says, believe me, I wasn't drunk, drove all the way to Atlanta that night, correct?
Correct.
You say, I'm not going to interact with you. You need some kind of counseling because what you're doing with Lilia is totally insane. She is using you and there's nothing I can do. But you do need support from your family, and I hope you get that. I thought you were the love of my life, but she is the love of your life, correct?
Correct.
And he says, so you have been fucking him this whole time. That's great, correct?
Correct.
And you say, never have. I have been so loyal and faithful to you. I called him today and told him that we were over. He is going to fly here tomorrow to talk to me, correct?
Correct.
Does Mike live somewhere where he's got to fly there?
Mike lives in St. Simon's, but he was going to fly to Gainesville that weekend
Okay.
if he wanted to look at the house.
And you sent that at 12:33 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Then he says, I will send you whatever my buyout costs are on the house, correct?
Yes, correct.
You say, I have been so faithful to you. I have loved you with everything I had this weekend. Being with you was so special until I knew that it was not, correct?
Correct.
My attorneys say that I don't have to buy you out, so good luck. Do not contact me again. I am blocking you, correct?
Correct.
You are pathetic and a fucking loser that Lilia has eating out of her hands. I'm going to send your boys all the copies of everything I sent to them that you need help, correct?
Correct.
And his response is no need. I had a long talk with them today.
Correct.
He's not yelling at you or cursing at you, correct?
Correct.
He's not calling you names, correct?
No, correct.
Then you say, I know all about it. You care about me. Ha ha. Correct?
Correct.
He says, there's so much I'm going to tell your kids, and then he sends his picture, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember what's in this picture?
A scratch on his eye.
And he's bleeding?
Yeah, a little scratch on his face.
And your response to that picture is, you have given up the best thing in your life. I've already talked to my children and told him we got in an argument and I scratched your face. They love me and I've shown them Lily and all the documentation and they are sick. Go to hell. It is a small scratch that bled. Whoop-de-doo. You look like a drunk. Correct?
Correct.
Are you breaking a rule right there with the putting down in writing physical violence?
He didn't do anything to me. We didn't have an argument. He accidentally moved and I scratched his face.
So when you're physically violent towards him, apparently you are allowed to put that one down.
I wasn't physically violent. I got in the way and I scratched his face.
Is that what you tell him? We got in an argument and I scratch your face? How do you scratch his face in the argument?
It says we got into an argument and I scratched your face.
How'd that happen?
We got in an argument earlier and then I scratched his face when he moved out of the way. I got his face right here.
And you don't reply saying, you got a scratch, but, you kicked me in the head and I have a softball-sized injury to prove of it, correct?
No, I don't.
And then you say, your son told me you look like a drunk and look unhealthy. You better straighten up before you lose them. He told me it was so nice for you to be involved again, correct?
Correct.
I love you like an idiot. You were having an affair with Lily the entire time I was with you, and she's nothing but a stupid fucking whore from Romania, correct?
Correct.
Do you know how many men are supporting her? You are pathetic. You are such a good man. You could have had a great life with me, but you chose differently. Please just leave me alone and we'll leave you alone, correct?
Correct.
They took pictures of my head last night and it was bleeding and it looks horrible. You don't want me to send that to your children though through my purse. I lost my wallet and I paid for my trip. I paid for everything and I sent them everything. You paid for every trip to New York, to Atlanta, her apartment, the money you sent to them every month. You have lost your mind. Have you lost your mind?
Correct.
My friend just arrived. We talking about Mike?
Yes.
This is at 12:40 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you said that he was going to fly there this weekend?
No. He was going to fly into Atlanta if he wanted to come look at the house.
He's going to fly here tomorrow. That was sent at 12:33 a.m. And he has arrived at 12:40 a.m.
Well, I'm not telling the truth.
Okay, so that's a lie as well.
Yes.
Okay. This is my house. If this man comes here, I will call the police. Watch. I have to sign over property title for any transfer. That's what David says, correct?
Correct.
He doesn't say, if you sell this house or get with this man, I'm going to kill you, correct?
Correct.
And then he says, you should have been arrested. The police knew you were a drunk. You couldn't even talk, correct?
Correct.
And you say, we could have had a beautiful future, but you allowed Lilia to come between us when you mean absolutely nothing to her except money. I want to feel sorry for you, but I can't. I feel sorry for your boys and their families. I understand you're struggling and her life is so mixed up, but I honestly believed in you and loved you more than life itself. This weekend meant the world to me, correct?
Correct.
That weekend meant the world to you where he beat you up and kicked you in the head?
Yes. You got to remember, I was in love with him.
Sure. So then you respond and say, we could have, this is an edit, sorry. You text again, I need to move away from you and spend the next month getting my life back together. I hope you do the same. I will always love you, correct?
Correct.
I feel like we are broken up, not a real couple, since you are having an affair with Lilia and possibly her daughter. So are we free to date others, correct?
Correct.
And then he responds, I don't even see Lilia, correct?
Correct.
Doesn't threaten you, correct?
Correct.
I told him you offered me money, but I refused to take it and put it back in your suitcase. I wasn't going to be a paid whore like her. He sent money so I can stay here another month. That's what I call a good man, correct? You say that?
Correct.
He is helping me and is driving to the lake with me as well, correct?
Correct.
If he comes near the house, police will be called, is what David says, right?
Right.
Great, you can both stay there together, and he can be added to the list of men you have there, correct?
Correct.
I'm glad you're working on taking care of her. Let me know when you've taken care of it. Maybe you can take care of it before Thursday when I get there to change many projections. That's the last text, correct?
Is that what?
That's the last text in this, that's the end of this PDF, right? And you sent that?
Yes.
So I want to show you a clip of something. We're gonna have to approach.
All right, I appreciate the lawyers are just doing their job. We need to discuss something outside of your presence. Brief break for the jury. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine.
Y'all can be seated. What are we doing?
So Judge, I'm seeking to admit a body cam of the defendant's DUI. I'm seeking it for impeachment purposes, based off of testimony that the defendant made about what she was wearing the night of the DUI, how she left in a rush, didn't bring anything with her, stuff like that. I only plan on playing collectively 25 seconds, and I'm fine playing it without sound. I'm not gonna play the whole body cam to show the whole DUI incident.
Okay. If you are seeking to show the video itself to the witness, are you trying to put it on
I was
the
gonna
screen?
authenticate it and then put it from her, admit it, and then put it on the screen.
Can you give me the timestamps
Yep.
from the? Okay, so I'm being told it's 2:10 to 2:30.
And then 30 to 35. Really just the first 5 seconds there and 20 seconds there.
What's 30? You mean 30 seconds?
30 seconds to 35 seconds, and then 2:10 to 2:30.
Okay. And you want her authenticated first, and then
I was just gonna bring it up to her and show her, is this you?
without publishing it first?
Correct,
I got it.
correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, as long as it's not being published to the jury and it's being shown to the witness, this is just the procedure we'd agreed to, so I thought it was appropriate to do that for the DUI stuff, so.
that's
She
fine.
can publish it.
I'm sorry?
Is she gonna publish it afterwards?
I'm gonna move to tender, yeah.
Well, if it actually is impeaching, then it would be admissible as long as the foundation is laid. But if it's not impeaching, then it would not be. So, we'll just have to see how that plays out. That's our position right now. So in other words, I don't have an objection to her showing the witness.
How you planning on doing that?
I was just gonna bring my laptop up there.
Okay.
But if we get to a place where they're tendering and I have an objection, then I'll voice it as
If they're ready to come back, I'll take them. If they're on a break, we'll give them another break. They're not ready. Okay. Can you tell if it's a couple, everybody, two? Does anyone else need a break?
No,
I mean,
Your
we
Honor.
just kind of took one, so I'll sit here until they're ready. That's fine, whenever they're ready. Thank you. Lawyers, come on, let's discuss scheduling, please.
I'm here too.
If they're ready, we're ready. Thank you. All right, thank you so much for your patience. Welcome back. All right, thank you so much. While we're at, y'all can be seated. Jurors, anyone have a problem with staying till, let's say, 6 o'clock? No response. All right. So obviously, as you tell, it's more of an art than a science, but we'll try to go to about 6. Go ahead.
Ms. Mericle, earlier you testified that the night of the DUI, Mr. Barron had attempted to anally sodomize you, correct?
Correct.
And then he went to go get lube, and that's when you decided to make your run for it, correct?
Correct.
And you stated that you had nothing but a t-shirt on, correct? And you grabbed your keys and your phone, you threw a t-shirt on, and you ran out the door, correct?
I grabbed my phone and my purse.
Okay. And threw a t-shirt on, nothing else, ran out the door.
I already had the t-shirt on.
Okay. So, I'm gonna show you a clip. Is that you?
Yes, that's me.
Are you wearing a t-shirt?
No, I had clothes in my car.
So you changed in your car?
Yes, I just threw those on top of it. I had no undergarments on, but I had a sweater on and a pair of blue jeans.
And then, so you ended up, by the time you were arrested for the DUI, you're wearing a sweater and jeans, correct?
I pulled over and changed into my clothes
And then,
because I had just got there. I had bags of clothes in my car.
okay. You had just gotten there?
Thursday night.
And this was end of the weekend, correct?
Right, yes.
So you had been there all weekend.
Right, that's what I meant, but I carried clothes in my car from work.
So, hey, Naz, what's the second timestamp?
2:10 to 2:30.
Thank you. I'm gonna show you this. Is that your car that you were
Yes.
driving?
Yes.
And right there, is that your purse in the front seat?
Yes, it is.
And then we can see your wallet right there, correct?
Correct.
And then right there. What's that in the back seat?
The bag.
Is that your
Clothes.
overnight bag?
Yes.
So you did have an overnight bag in the car with you.
Yes.
And you told Investigator Mefford that you decided to get up that morning because you couldn't go to sleep. You packed your bag, you put it in the car, and then you went to go say bye to Mr. Barron, correct?
Correct.
And there's your overnight bag in the back seat.
But I had stuff in the very back because my suitcases.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I had my overnight bag, that was not even from the trip. That was the week I had it before that, but I had bags in the back of my car.
So you just happened to also have bags in the back seat of your car the night that you got arrested for the DUI?
I had the bag in the front seat, in the seat behind me, and then I had other bags. But that night, remember, I didn't go and pack my bags in. I'd already packed them, and then I brought in the very back of the trunk. There was a trunk to that car, and there was bags in there.
So I'm a little confused. You testified on direct that you had been there all weekend, correct?
Correct.
And you and Mr. Barron got into an argument about the mortgage, correct?
Correct.
And he decided that he was going to go sleep upstairs in the guest bedroom, correct?
Correct.
And he brought his briefcase and he went up there and he locked the bedroom door to go to sleep, correct?
Right, and then he came back downstairs.
Hold on one second. Is that you or is that someone else?
That was me.
That's okay. That's fine. We've had roof issues too, so I didn't know if someone was coming through the roof. All right, sorry about that.
That's me. That was me.
Elevator issues, you got roof issues. All right, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
That's fine. I wasn't sure what it was. Go ahead.
So you go to bed, correct? In the master
Correct.
bedroom.
Correct.
And then you testified that what woke you up was Mr. Barron tapping your foot with a gun, correct?
Correct.
And that he started apologizing and saying, I love you, and then crawled into bed with you, correct?
Correct.
And then from there is when he pinned your arms up above your head, correct?
Correct.
And lifted your shirt up, correct?
Correct.
And started slapping your breasts, correct?
Correct.
And then at that point is when he attempted to anally sodomize you, correct?
Correct.
And it was only when he went to go get lube so that he could successfully anally sodomize you that you fled the room, correct?
Correct.
And you grabbed your phone, correct?
Correct.
Your car keys, correct?
My car keys were in my purse.
Your car keys were in your purse, so you grabbed your phone in your purse.
Right.
And was your wallet in your purse too?
Yes.
And then you head out the door in the t-shirt that you already had on that you were sleeping in.
Right.
But you coincidentally already had an overnight bag already packed in the car for you?
I had a night bag in there from the week. When I went to work one day, I had to change into clothes. So I kept the bag in the car with me. So yes, I already had it in the car.
Okay, so you just typically keep an overnight bag in the back seat of your car at all times?
No, just during that week, I had to run an errand. I changed into my clothes.
Okay. So it was just this week that you luckily had an overnight bag in the back seat of your car
Correct.
when you had to flee the house in nothing but a t-shirt to get away from Mr. Barron's attempted sodomy, correct?
Correct.
So, hey Matt, could you help me? I just have a very couple questions. If you could hold the door up. So Ms. Mericle, you did not shoot David that night and kill him because you were trying to protect yourself is what you're saying, correct?
No, I didn't say that.
Did you shoot and kill him to protect yourself?
Yes.
So you did intentionally shoot him then?
I didn't mean to shoot him.
So either you were trying to shoot the lock off the door or you were trying to shoot Mr. Barron.
I
Which
was
one
trying
was
to
it?
shoot the lock off the door.
Did I
Okay.
object to that question? It's not a proper question. Either or is not correct. I object to the form.
Ask the question again, overruled.
Were you trying to shoot the lock off of the door or were you trying to shoot Mr. Barron?
I was trying to shoot the lock off the door.
So you were not shooting Mr. Barron to kill him to protect yourself is what you were saying?
Correct.
Okay. So when you brought that gun upstairs, you were not, what your testimony is you were not intending to use it to shoot and kill Mr. Barron to protect yourself, correct?
Correct.
Your only intent was to shoot the lock off of the door.
To get my phone.
To get your phone, and to do that, your best bet was to shoot the lock off the door. Correct?
Correct.
That was the only way you were going to be able to get your phone, correct?
Correct. He wouldn't give it to me, and I needed to get out of the only way that I could leave is to get my phone and to get out of there.
Only way that you could leave that house was by getting your phone, correct?
Correct.
Because we've already gone over, you didn't want to go knock on the neighbor's door, correct?
Correct.
You didn't want to go walk outside and get attacked by the wild dogs, correct?
No, I didn't want to walk down that road without the lights on.
Okay.
It's 2 miles long.
And so the most reasonable option for you to get away and protect yourself was to shoot the lock off of that door, correct?
At the time, yes.
Okay.
I was hysterical because I was terrified for my life.
And so, if you could go back just a little bit more, so I just want to make sure she can see. So this is, actually, I'm sorry, can you flip it around? So this is the outside of the door, correct? Where you were standing.
Yes.
And the only way that you thought to get into that door was by shooting it?
Yes.
Because you did end up, there are probably other ways that you could have gotten into that locked door, correct?
Probably.
Because you ended up getting into it with a hammer, correct?
Right, correct.
And is there a key that's needed? Is this like a locked door that needs a key to enter?
I don't know. I can't see it.
So, like, let me see. If you could just turn it so she can see. So this door locks from the inside by just flipping the switch, correct?
Okay, yes.
So right now it's locked, right?
Okay, yes.
And if I switch it again, it's unlocked, correct?
Yes.
So if I were to lock it, now it's locked. Can you switch it back? Your testimony is that the most reasonable way to get into this locked door is by firing a gun at it while there's someone on the other side of the door.
At the time, I was hysterical and I was terrified for my life. I didn't even know what kind of lock was on the door at the time.
You couldn't use your eyes to see?
I didn't look at the lock
You didn't look at the lock that you were trying to shoot?
until I got up there.
You did go get a hammer from a toolbox, correct?
Correct.
There's other things in toolboxes like screwdrivers, rulers, things like that, correct?
Correct, but I saw the hammer was on top.
So like,
That's all I thought about.
if I were to get a screwdriver with a flathead and I were to just turn it, that unlocks the door, correct?
Correct. I didn't know what type of lock was on the door.
I could even use my finger, well, now I'm wearing gloves, but really anything, here's a ruler, anything with a flat edge is going to turn that lock, correct? Just like that,
Okay.
correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Matt. But the most reasonable way for you to save your life was to fire a gun at a lock, correct?
Correct. At the time, I wasn't thinking very well.
Did it ever occur to you that there's a man on the other side of the door with a gun, right?
Right.
Who's just pointed it at your mouth, right?
Correct.
Did you ever fear that if you fired the gun at the door, he would just fire his gun back at you?
No, I didn't think that.
You didn't think about the fact that if he did in fact have a gun in the room with him and you're in fear for your life that this man's gonna kill you, that if you fire a gun at the door that he's locked himself behind, that he wouldn't fire the gun back at you?
I was thinking that he might be waiting up there for me when I come up there with the gun, but he wasn't. And it was just a thought that I had right there at the second because I was hysterical. I was terrified for my life. I couldn't think about what I was really doing.
And so you're so terrified for your life by the person behind that door that it never occurred to you that he might fire his gun back at you if you fired the gun at that door?
I thought he might shoot me, but I didn't really think about it at the time. About that he would get me right then when I shot the door with the lock off of it.
So you couldn't have been that scared for your life if you didn't even think about the fact that the man who had just threatened to kill you might shoot a gun back at you.
I thought he had a gun, but I thought he was going to be outside waiting for me.
But by the time you got up the stairs, he was behind the locked door, correct?
Correct, he was.
And you were in fear for your life.
Right, and I wanted to get my phone so I could get out of there.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
No redirect, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. You can join council table.